Microphones are on.
Everybody turn the mics on, and if you mute your phones, please. And we're running a couple minutes late, so welcome, and I'd like to call our budget retreat January 23rd meeting to order. And Chris May, this is your fifth year? Yep. And
He's done it 5 with me.
5 with you?
Yep.
And I'd like to recognize that he's got a Lees McCray alumni hat on. So,
Right on.
We have something in common, and Sanford Sun is on the snowboard team there as well. So Chris, welcome to our budget retreat. Thank you for you facilitating this. All right, so now, item 4, we're going to break for 5 minutes.
No, we took the break before.
And also, I want to welcome all of our guests, all of our one guest today. Our previous Vice Mayor, Jimmy Accardi. Jimmy, thank you for anyhow. All right, Chris, you're up.
Okay, good enough. Well, is it Organic Faces? I thought they maybe 1 or 2 of them.
No, they were all here last year. Yep.
Maybe got more Harrowing Faces.
No, that's true.
One of them.
He's incognito.
Yes, that is true. You did pick up on that.
It kind of slid down.
Yeah.
It's 72 years ago as a mustache.
I never knew how much hair could grow on my face until I retired.
That's right. It's felt good these last few days.
It has.
But, you know the drill, this is your time, and that's the whole idea for it. It's not intended to be a come and sit and listen thing. It's your time to actually talk about, what got accomplished last year, what you want to accomplish this year. And, always, we'll start the bucket list later in the meeting, but we want you to be thinking about what are the 5 most important things that you feel like need to be done this year and before you leave office. 5 most important things, and write those down, because whenever we get started with the bucket list, I'm gonna go around each one of you and ask you what your list is. Good chance that there's gonna be some duplication. You're gonna have some that somebody else has, but you think about the campaign promises. If you elect me, I promise that I will. And this is your chance to put that I will out there on paper. And we're gonna list all of them. We'll always do at the end, we brainstorm, we list, and then we prioritize. And that list is gonna be distributed to everyone in town through your newsletter, in your minutes, and of course, you're on TV live right now. So, this will be the opportunity for them to say, hey, they actually did what they said they were gonna do. And I think that's great. It's transparency at the small town level for everyone. So be thinking about those things that you want to try to get done. We promise to move things along, but at the same time, if something turns into a discussion, that's part of the reason for being here. So if we want to talk 15 minutes about one particular project, this is a good time to do it. But usually your regular meetings, you're so structured that you can't get into the weeds and stuff. Today you want to get into the weeds. And so when you leave today, hopefully the air will be clear with anything that you might have. One of the things that we've done in the past and we can do again today is talk about what are the attributes of a good council member and a good mayor. If y'all want to revisit that, we can. And that gives you sort of a list of things to keep by your bedside to be the perfect council person, mayor, whenever you wake up every morning.
We do every night before I go to bed.
Oh, goodness. And of course, I looked at, briefly the purpose for the meeting is to work together and chart a course for this year and next year. That goes without saying. And the roles of the council and the mayor, that wasn't specifically on the advertised agenda, but I think it's a good idea just to touch base with that. So we'll pick on the mayor first. What's the attributes of a perfect mayor?
Show up.
That's not a problem.
That's That's with any job.
Wish you'd start with council.
Open-minded.
Transparency.
Okay?
Cooperative.
And this is something I mentioned in multiple council meetings, is not only being a representative of Beach Mountain, but being involved in a larger role with our North Carolina representatives. I don't know how you want to paraphrase that.
Was kind of what I was gonna say. I was gonna say facilitator.
There you go.
There's more business that should be conducted outside of Beach Mountain.
And I know that well. I was a first-town manager for Southern Delta, and it was really hard to try to get the rest of the county to understand that we were a town and we had issues and needs as well. They thought we just wanted to incorporate so we could have booze, and that may have been one of the underlying reasons, but clearly, people wanted to have a better community, they could depend on themselves and not have to worry about the developer. It became a town, so beaches have a similar situation as did Sugar, and getting recognized as a resort town, and what you do is valid. You gotta be plugged in and be a part of it, otherwise, Boone, Blue Rock, and the county just look at you like another resort. So, if you're plugged in and you're at the table, you be a part of what's going on, and also get a part of the distribution of the taxes and things like that. I don't know if we'll ever have the equity of the taxes you generate versus what you get back from sales tax, but at least it's on the table.
So that greater community should encompass not only local, but when you say greater, I like to emphasize state and federal officials.
Put county, state, and federal. Actually, counties, has everybody been to the league municipalities and school government class that they have and take advantage of those? That's remarkable training. And talking about being plugged in, especially with state and fed. As a career city manager, every time I went to that, which was every single year over 30-some years, I learned something. And it's amazing. A lot of what I learned from the people who were there sharing their experiences too. So, yeah, getting plugged in is important.
Open-minded?
I'm sorry, say again?
Open-minded?
Open-minded, how about that? Yeah, it's hard to be the moderator and not be open-minded. You find yourself being a sounding board, people come to you, because you're the mayor, and the citizens and stuff, they go to you and expect you to tell the rest of the council.
Well, according to our town manager, we call that freelancing. But yes,
Well, it's real good that, all you gotta do is just say, that's a good question, you need to talk to the manager. But yeah, you're the face of the town.
yeah, you're the liaison between the town and liaison between the town and council and the town manager.
Accessible, which goes right with that.
In order to be on these things, you do have to be accessible. I don't think I spelled that right, but, so 2 Cs.
Doesn't matter.
Just right sloppy.
If y'all don't know, then I'm fine. I
Yeah.
don't think that's right, but it's accessible.
I look at it. Is that how you spell it?
It's easy to talk to, there you go. What about integrity?
Sure. Ethics, integrity, ethics.
Yep. I think I told you here that a thief can have integrity. Because if he says he's gonna steal from you, he does, that means he's had his word. But, ethical in front of it makes it right.
And something with, being an advocate for the town.
Be what?
An advocate,
An advocate, okay, yeah. I got my hearing aid in, but I just don't. It echoes a little bit. Yeah, you gotta be a champion that says, so sorry frog, we're gonna bring everybody's own farm. So, you gotta advocate for it. Any others?
Communication skills.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think, Chris, in my opinion, everything that we mentioned, and I'm sure we could probably hit on a few more, would encompass not only the mayor, but council and the town manager.
Right.
So, I don't want to be redundant in doing council and the town manager. Maybe we
That's
could,
part of the exercise is that, you find out that everybody's sort of got similar roles. So,
because personally, I hold our council and our town manager accountable for everything that we have on the board.
right.
But I think everything we have on the board, we have a town manager, a mayor, and a council that pretty much matches that.
The mayor's got a little bit more difficult job in that, whereas each one of you are advocates for your community and you advocate for those who put you there, the mayor has to be a moderator to try to keep all of you together. So, he can't really be a champion for his goals because his goals need to be what the greater council wants. Otherwise, you got just another council member, you don't have a fair moderator. So, but yeah, all those other things certainly. And you talk about plugging in the greater community, there can be a drop down from that and participate in the community. You can't stay at home or play golf in the summer and ski in the winter and not go to any of the functions. And you guys got a lot of stuff going on up here. Being there and being visible and being accessible is really important because people may not want to stop by the town hall or try to catch the mayor when he's out and about. If he's at a function where he's visible, he's easy to access. So, let's talk about the council a little bit. Unless there's some more for the mayor.
I would
We
just-
may find more for the mayor from this council too.
Well, I'd just say that, and this applies to all of us, is just being good stewards of the town's money,
Yeah.
people's money.
That's probably one of the best.
If you said it before.
So if the mayor is carrying more weight, does that mean that it pays more?
Oh, yeah, you probably get at least a 10%. I mean, heck, that's why all you guys do is because of the pay, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And none of you have ever heard of hate bother you now, but.
Yeah.
That goes up in the high. I'm new here.
That's right.
I'm with the governor and I'm here to help.
Go ahead. Let's talk about stewardship. I think that was great that you brought that word up. What's a steward? A steward doesn't own it. they're a caretaker of it. And none of you own any of this. You've been put here as a caretaker, and none of us are gonna be here forever. And so you're supposed to return it better than you found it. When a steward takes really good care of something that belongs to someone else, and does the bidding of the person that owns it, I just think that's a great thing to say. So, okay. Let's talk about the town manager, and I'm gonna resist using a red pen, but,
My favorite color.
by the way, I know y'all know it, but you're lucky to have a manager like you got. That's, and there's a lot of managers throughout the state, and, working with the City Manager Association, I've met a lot of them, but very few of them come with the skill set that Chief has. And I know it was a tough sell to get him to take the job. But, I think what a lot of the old Silverback managers say, they're one pissed off away from leaving, and so I think he's a good guy for you. So I'm trying to blow too much smoke, but I think y'all know what you got.
He's puffing up over there.
Yes.
I'm leaning against the wall.
Yeah, that's right. That's smart. Well, let's talk about the town manager. What I told y'all before, there's two kinds of managers. One that's just been fired, or one that's about to be. So it's a tough place to be. If you're doing your job, you're making the council look good, and everybody out there that wants to run against the council hates it. So if he tries to make them look good, then you guys hate him. So the only thing left to do is to do the right thing, and to have integrity, and just let the chips fall where they will. And he wrote a book on that. So I'm gonna put integrity at the very top of that. And I know we're doubling up on what's already out there, but it's always a good idea. I think for the manager to hear from the board what they expect of him, other than time for evaluation, but this is a good time for him to get his marching orders.
Oh, I thought you were handing it to me.
Okay?
Commitment,
$200.
community involvement.
Communicator.
There's a bunch of those there, just a minute. Commitment, accessible,
Mm-hmm.
I think I got it right this time. You got
Well,
double-
one of them's gonna be wrong, one's gonna be right.
That's right, that's right. Yeah.
That's right.
And,
There's another phrase for this, but I'll clean it up. You work where you sleep.
I'm sorry. I didn't-
You work where you sleep. You live in the community.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
local.
I think that's important.
It
That's,
is.
And in resort towns, that's a little hard sometimes, because I know the beach communities, the prices are so high out on the beach that, unless you rent a house room somewhere, you can't really stay there. But there's no reason why you can't find a place to live up here. So. And if you're not living there, how can you be plugged in? Because a lot of what happens is outside of the office too. So,
Yeah, that's a double-edged sword though, and I'm sure
you know,
Chief is gonna,
yeah, you're outside mowing the yard, and here they come, but
yeah,
it's
exactly.
part of the deal, that's.
You go to a restaurant and it's,
Oh, yeah, but that's not unlike the way y'all have to deal with it as well. That's part of the, when you raise your hand and step forward, that's,
except when they come to me, I send them to him.
Oh, yeah, he can't, he has nowhere to point.
Exactly.
Oh, I did.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I always tried to live in the community where I work, so, there's so much more that you see after hours that you wouldn't see if you lived off in town, so.
Well, it's, I mean, he's driving the roads that he maintains, and
That's right.
he sees things all the time, and I think that's a big plus.
Yeah, and your family hates it.
Yeah.
Because I can remember that, oh my gosh, we got stopped and then, are you ever gonna be off work? And probably when I retire, yeah.
I would say organizational skills,
Yeah,
and that was very apparent during the storm. I mean, always, but even more so when we really needed that to get the town back on our feet.
I put with that leadership, because that's, you do have to have leadership skills.
Experience, hands-on.
There you go.
I mean, I'm more describing Bob than the job, but you gotta be fearless.
Liaison.
Know the business. And
Yeah.
You have to, if you're gonna be a town manager, it's a little different from just managing a store or something like that. You gotta know all that goes into that, all the federal laws, the state laws, the local laws, so that experience is important.
And again, we, same as the mayor, great communicator.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be able to say no with tact.
Yeah.
But knowing how to say no is important too, because if you say yes to everybody, then you're lying to somebody. So, that's important. That's where that integrity comes in.
I'd say honesty.
Integrity.
Yep.
I can put
Yeah,
that
they
on-
go together. Yep.
Yeah. In my book.
And organizational skills with the board, being able to work with a diverse board is important. Because each one of you has your things that you want done, and he finds himself having to balance all of that. Great communicator with town and board. Any more for you?
C, mayor and town council.
Yeah, yeah.
Same list.
All the other attributes listed for the mayor and council.
Yeah.
So that-
And I would say a big one for all of us is temperament, how we deal with the public, you know.
yeah,
Oh, I had a good conversation with a
yeah.
resident the other day.
I think you need to maybe remind Art about that.
I had a call the other day, Bob. This guy was blaming the town for the truck accidents on the road. Because if we didn't raise the rate, they wouldn't be in such a rush. So that is the town's fault.
And then they wouldn't be here.
Yeah,
I love it.
I couldn't believe it. I'm gonna tell you what I said to him.
I've already told him.
Oh, did you? I did preface it, it's my opinion.
Chief, if you need to get up and stretch,
No, I'm
do
fine.
what you need to do.
I'm good.
Your back's hurting because you're carrying the town on your back.
problems?
Yeah,
Yeah.
today's not a good day.
Yeah, that's it.
It's all right, I'm
Yeah,
good.
and you need this year, so that's great. I'm just now starting to walk on. Let's talk about your advisory boards. Are you happy with the way that they're performing? Are they doing what they're supposed to? Do they understand what their jobs are and how they interact? For example, the planning board, this is a chance for them to see what you said about them or what you need for them to do, but I think for all your boards, probably one of the biggest takeaways is to be a subject matter expert for whatever board that they're on, if they need to be diligent in doing that. Sometimes taking ownership of the board that you're on has to be, you have to remember who put you there and why you're there, and that if you're not a council member. I don't know if that's ever been any issues here, but oftentimes in towns, the planning board becomes the, I guess, the first step towards being on the council, and sometimes you get, folks that take more of an activist role on there. And it's important for them to remember that they're there for the specific purpose of being an advisor to the council and not to be antagonists towards you. And I don't know if that's an issue or not, or whether that's anything you want to put down, but it is important that whenever you put them on that board, that they know why they're there. And maybe from time to time they remind them of that. So, were any of you on the planning board before you became council?
Now it's Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec, okay, yeah. But you gotta get plugged in somewhere to start thinking about, and Parks and Rec is no small job. That's huge.
Especially for a resort.
Oh, yeah, because that's one of your main deliverables is, your recreation. So, anything you want me to write down about the advisory board, or you feel like they have?
I mean, I think the only, at least board that I've come across that we've had differences of opinion is our TDA,
Oh, yeah,
and trying to
yeah,
get them to loosen the purse strings a little bit and be more
yeah.
pro-town, I mean, they're pro-town, but just, to be more cooperative with the town in their needs and such.
We were one of the first in Warner Rock, as the town manager there. We were one of the first towns to have an occupancy tax. And the way that we sold it was that it was an opportunity for the visitors who put a lot of wear and tear on the town to contribute. And because that is what it is. And I always use the analogy that if you're going to throw a big event, you've got the invitations and you've got the event. And when it's all over, you've got the cleanup. And the town is not only responsible for providing the venue, but has the also responsibility of all the cleanup. So when you talk about all that money that goes out for inviting people here, there's a whole other part of that that needs to be understood that is left for the taxpayers to have to pick up the tab on. We all want the folks here, but we need for them to understand you need money to use for town services. That was a hard sell, and in fact, they eventually rewrote the law so that it has to almost all go to the TDAs now. When it first started out, we were able to have 2/3 for the town and 1/3 for the Chamber of Commerce. But things have changed. They have a good lobby. Getting them to understand that the invitations is just one part of it, and inviting people to come, it's important that they need to help support the other. I guess, do you control who sits on that board?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's a good thing. Yeah, and
But we don't control their decisions.
yeah. Well, that's always going to be, and they probably do have some proprietary feeling about the money that they receive. So, but ultimately, that's public funds, and so, well, I'm not sure how to write all of that.
No,
down.
I know.
Yeah.
But I mean, the way the tourism has been over the last 4 years since COVID, they've got a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
And, all these events get put on and we got police overtime, we got town overtime and all that, and that's gotta come out of our general budget while they sit on all the money. So that's just,
If all you had to do was to pay for staff to take care of your permanent residents,
yeah,
you wouldn't need half of what you got. But
exactly.
you have a lot of people that you have to take care of and things that, because they're here part-time. And once again, that occupancy tax is a way for them to contribute.
It's wear and tear on your infrastructure.
Yeah,
Absolutely it is, yeah, it's like owning a store that everybody stops at and uses the bathroom.
yeah.
Eventually that water bill goes up, and toilet paper and everything else. So, you have to have consideration for that. And again, in explaining to people their purpose to be on the board, that's a good time to talk about that. And, I'm sure that Bob discusses that with them from time to time. But should they get, to feel too attached to that money that they're stewards of, which needs to be a reminder too, that being a part of the greater whole of the town, they're important for what they do.
Well, they do a great job promoting the town. There's nothing,
Absolutely.
you know,
And it's important what they do, but it's important that they remember that they are a part of the corporation, not just an individual.
I
yeah.
think we've spoken, touched basis on this every year that you've been here. Beach Mountain's got a small pool to be able to choose folks that want to be on, serve on any board.
Look at this board.
They're not here to get
Peanut
get
gallery.
something they don't have to work, they're coming up here to get away from stuff.
So I think the population up here is what, 725, 740? What's the population up here? Somewhere
It's
in
under
there.
800, full-time.
What's Blowing Rock have?
I
3,000?
haven't been 30 years as the manager, but, I think they had like 3,500 to 5,000, and then their art in the park, they had about 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it depends on what function's going on. And any given day during the summer, I mean, you can see when you try to drive down Main Street, it's wall to wall.
Well, full-time residents, what do you think you have?
The full-time
3,000,
residents are probably
3,500?
about 3,500, yeah.
Right.
Well, you don't have to be
I don't know if that's-
full-time to be on board, except for this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it's the people wanting to volunteer that is the hurdle that we're trying to get over.
mm,
And, residency is an interesting thing, because, if you live in Florida, they don't have any income, state income tax. So you don't want to claim your residency here, even if you're here 9 months out of the year, which that's the rub, because if you're here more than 6 months, you should have to claim your residency here, so we can count you for census and other stuff. But they contribute in other ways, they pay their taxes.
I'm full aware of residency.
or lack of thereof.
Well, I'm glad nobody really pushed us on that at 7 Ellis, because there was only one person on my board that actually did officially live in town. I mean, they all have homes there, and they claim their residency there, which, legally, that's all you have to do is claim it, that you're there, and be there for the meetings. But, and most of my folks, lived off of the mountain, and oftentimes in Florida. And they would come up from Florida just for the meetings, or they would skip the wintertime meetings and just be there for the summer. But if you own a house somewhere and you're paying taxes and you're a part of the community, it's just wherever you decide to call residency. But they, like we have up there, they want you to live right in town where they can reach out and grab you. That's not a problem anymore, is it? They're not bugging you about that still. I mean, you're here all the time.
Yes.
All right, move on.
Yeah. Under mayor and council, I think something else that's important that I just thought of is being a team player. It's not I, it's we.
Good morning. You gotta try to hold on in the same direction, or else you go in circles. Any more on the roles of your council, your mayor, your manager, your board? Team player probably applies equally to everyone. It's, being proud of the town, and doing your part for it.
I just think, just to say this, that, it's important for the council to interface with these other boards. We have to show an interest that we are watching what you're doing, and, and it's important that we're giving them feedback, because they may just like, want to go down their own road, and we just need to make sure
Well,
that.
if anything, if you're, provide oversight, you have to be there time to give oversight.
Mhm.
Otherwise, they just guess what you want. So,
Plus you have to give them the freedom to do their job,
Yes.
you know?
do you have council liaisons? Or is that the manager's job?
Town manager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has nothing else to do.
Yeah.
You know, like with the bucket list where we, appoint champions over the different things. Sometimes there might be a value of having a council member assigned as the liaison that will go and attend, because you all can't attend all of them. Stop, but if there's one particular committee or board that you want to be, but just being there in the audience, I think sometimes is good. You don't want it to be a disruption, you know, and sometimes it could, or else they'll defer all the questions to you and you end up sitting on the board, and, that's, you're there just to observe. But it is good, it's a good chance for them to feel like the council cares about what they're doing. Because, they have their, goals too, and their feelings.
But it also can go the other way. Sometimes some of these boards don't want to say things when the council's in attendance,
Yeah,
so it goes both ways.
yeah, it does. And that's part of the management.
Yeah.
So. Any more on the rolls? I think we got the break in 5 minutes, but I don't know if y'all want to do that now or.
Does anybody need?
I just want to refresh my coffee.
Yeah,
Everybody's having a coffee.
I was gonna say.
That's enough.
do some more coffee.
So,
Speaking of.
no, you didn't tell me that. Well, I saw the post.
They brought you that little thing there.
It stopped working. But he's still
I'm
here.
wondering if it's something like that, associates in my it's just public.
That's what the heat there?
It's been broke a day or two.
So the dude says that the inducer motor is failed
Yeah.
and go get the worker.
Not sure it's going. Thank you.
You don't see this happening today.
Why can't you turn it back on the way it was this morning?
You can use it because it'll run a bit and then flip. You can go up there and flip it back on, turn it on and off.
Can you show Riley how to do it?
No, I didn't show me. He said just turn the furnace on and off. It may run, it may not. It may run for a little bit, it may not.
Well, I gotta get through today. So, it's not running now. You got a minute to run up there and see it?
He said that, probably should have maybe did a roof or something like
You
that.
got heat in the brick oven, Jimmy?
We can move over there.
Move over there.
It got some leaks in it, probably we could.
Carbon monoxide.
He fixed all that.
Good. But he needs to turn it back on.
And a little carbon dioxide.
No, he said it's an induction motor. And it's a unit that's, what, 40 years old? No, we'll make it through the winter and then that unit needs to be replaced. That's on the budget. See, I manipulated it, so it's cold, we need a furnace, okay, all right.
There's two
That's pretty good.
meetings. One is-
No, it's not.
One in Raleigh,
That's
one
an issue everybody, each down the switcher.
Well, we've got a heater there, but I think we can get it running.
We got a little field in the house, propane and heat pump, and I got one stove, and,
Can't beat
I
that.
get real full
That's
of
one.
that,
I think the one in,
in fact, if my heater kept the house as warm as the switcher,
Don't be out.
would complain that it was too hot.
Yeah.
But walk in, it was 75 degrees, so that all you get. In fact, I love to see that temperature over there and see the temperature is outside. It's like single digits. We were toasted at 72, that's what you.
With a wood stove? Yeah.
That doesn't have to turn it down.
Can't beat those.
It's in February, March, it's
I run out of wood, I don't even know why.
There's plenty laying out
I
around.
saw a invite to that.
and I think
I
it
was
is
telling my wife, I said,
because we had some representation.
when we contacted
There's someone over to me that goes,
they need to consider the fact that they've got.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd like to go, I'll go with you, but the thing is,
Well, you know that won't happen.
you know the people, and it'd be nice to be able to go with you and get introduced
Oh, yeah.
that way rather than me.
But it'll be seasoned next year.
Is it at night,
Yeah,
it's a dinner.
that $50 dinner per
Yeah.
person? Yeah, I saw that. I've got, when is it? Cause I got jury duty, I got called for, Janet just got called for jury duty, she's served.
yeah.
And then I just got a letter 2 days ago to serve on the jury.
I'm 70 years old, I've never been called for this.
Say,
Get it hotter.
Yeah, I know.
Well, they got me.
Well, you
I
get-
got it too. When's yours?
24th,
January?
February.
February? I think mine's the same time.
What are you doing?
Jury duty.
Oh,
For,
nice.
for with Tyler County?
Yeah, we're talking.
maybe you guys can carpool. So we can have a meeting, we can move this meeting over to Brick Oven. Beer, pizza.
There you go.
Little hard to live stream it.
That's why.
Oh no. I've learned how to do that on Facebook.
Yeah,
It counts, right?
it does.
You can do that on your phone.
All right, so you guys ready to go to town manager staff review? Chief?
Is Chief ready?
Yeah, let me wait for Ryan. Can we wait?
Yeah, right,
we
we're trying to get heat.
Or did he leave it on? Do you know?
It's only showing those two.
Just the reports.
Yeah.
No.
It's not gonna show the volume.
All right, well, Mayor, we can start.
So you,
Okay, well, so this is obviously our budget retreat, and what I need to accomplish today is leave here with an understanding of what you want me to do in preparing the budget for the 25-26 fiscal year, starting July 1st. So this, I need to hear today from the five of you a consensus on the direction, the vision, where you want the town to go in the next fiscal year. High-level things like the tax rate, you want it to remain the same. I'm going to talk quite a bit about the disaster recovery and what I see the challenges to the town are. I'd like to talk about some opportunities that I see that I'd like you to consider. But basically, what I need to hear from you at the end of the day is, what do you want us to do over the next 6 weeks as we prepare the budget and put it together and bring it to you? What I don't want to do is spend all that effort, bring it to you, and you go, hey, this isn't what we wanted. This isn't the direction we want to go. So that's what I need at the end of the day today. I've given you a document. It's the one stapled, Budget Retreat, January 23rd, 2025. And this is historical, and it's to tell you what has been done in item 1 and will be completed by June 30th. I'd just like to tell you that this is a tremendous list of accomplishments that you've done. These are the things that you put in the budget last year. I'm not aware of any project you asked to have done that wasn't. So you can go down the list, ask me any questions you want about that. If you look at 23 at the bottom of the first page, this successful audit, we talked a little bit about this last month. you added to the fund you did all these things that you said you were going to do, and you added $908,000 to the fund balance. More importantly for me is, if you recall our discussion last year on the fund balance versus the operating, the percentage, and we talked about lowering that below 50%. That discussion was quite lengthy. And I'd asked you to let us give it a try to keep it at 50% or above, and you did, and we did. And so as of the audit, we were at 60.4 of our unassigned general fund as it relates to expenditures. So you even met that requirement and exceeded it by 10%. So what that does is it brings the town into a really good financial position as we face this disaster recovery. And that's a good thing.
Bob, can I ask one question on that?
Sure.
The $908,000, is that actually cash in the bank, or is this an accounting thing?
Well, it's all accounting.
Yeah.
But it's, that was revenues over expenditures
Right.
as of June 30, and that's what we increased fund balance by that amount.
Right.
So as you see, and we've talked about it before, fund balance fluctuates throughout the year. So July, the first quarter, the first 3 months, we don't get any tax dollars, appreciable tax dollars. So we draw down fund balance to operate the town, and that's why when we talk every month that when we do financials, I'll always point that out, because our fund balance drops. And then and then in November, December, we collect taxes and fund balance goes the other way. The pendulum swings the other way, as we pointed out last week. And our fund balance looks even higher. And if you just take a snapshot of the financials on any given month, it either looks bad or it looks really good, and it's actually in the middle. So that's why we use the June 30 audit. It's independently audited. It's what we report to the state. And that's the benchmark that I use from year to year, because at any given month it can fluctuate. Particularly now, because we've had unbudgeted expenditures for the recovery, that if we didn't have a healthy fund balance, the town would have been in trouble. And we talked about that back in October, November, December. So those expenditures weren't budgeted, and those expenditures continue on. And we offset those by some additional revenues that we didn't budget as well. And that's why you saw a budget amendment in December. You know, we got $1.9 million from the federal government in December towards the disaster. And so we had to do a budget amendment to show that. So as we go through this process this year, you're going to see a number of budget amendments that are going to come before you, because there's going to be two major changes to our budget. We're going to have increased revenues as we bring in monies from FEMA, monies from the state. We've asked for direct appropriations, which I'll talk about in a minute, from the state. We're trying to bring in as much new money that wasn't budgeted in this budget that we're working today, and we'll do an amendment to show that. Conversely, we have about the same amount of expenditures that are going to go out. So as we move through the next 3-4 months, maybe 6, you're going to see a number of budget amendments, and pay particularly close attention to those, because we're going to be showing additional revenues that we didn't have in the budget, the current budget, and more importantly, we're going to be showing additional expenditures. So to answer your question, as of June 30, 24, when the audit was, there was a $908,000 revenues over expenditures, and the fund balance legitimately increased by that amount.
So the expenditures that we're going to show, will the town be reimbursed by FEMA?
Well, we need to talk about that today, and we need to have that discussion. The plan, and talk about having a million irons in the fire. We have irons in many fires, funding pools of money temporarily. You've approved the $3.2 million from DEQ. That's one iron in the fire. That's a revolving line of credit. The $200,000 is not. That's money we can draw down for administrative. We have money coming to us from FEMA. We have money coming to us from the state. Both Department of Public Safety, which administers mostly the FEMA monies, and the DEQ, Department of Environmental folks do our water. So we've got literally a number of irons in the fire funding mechanisms that we hope to bring in.
But isn't the FEMA money basically offsetting expenses? It should be
Yes,
net zero.
it should be, but it's not going to be.
No, we'll probably be more
So,
expensive.
so FEMA is an animal of its own. And more importantly, the timing of this event was bad. So it came at the end of an administration in both federal and state, the president and the governor. So both administrations changed right after the event, along with all of their appointed staff, FEMA director, FEMA staff. At the state level, the Governor Cooper had appointed people in Department of Public Safety to administer all these grants. And now we have a new governor, Governor Stein, and we have a new president, President Trump, and a whole new staff. And so this has thrown another monkey wrench into the process. And the rules change every day, both at the federal and state level. And so we're actively monitoring, working, maneuvering, trying to figure out the best way forward for the town of Beech Mountain in this changing atmosphere. The goal is to be made whole. It should be a net zero. That is the goal. I don't believe we'll be able to accomplish that. There are expenses that will not be eligible. There'll be expenses that will be argued. And eventually, after about year 3, there's an audit that will be coming to Beech Mountain for all of this recovery work. And that's really where the rubber hits the road. That's where the auditors sit down from the federal and state and they say, you know, you didn't have this properly documented, so you owe us this. They never give you more money. They always are there to take it back.
All right, does that have to be accounted for in the new budget?
I think so. And so, I know this is lengthy, but this is where I think
This is important.
I think is where we stand. So immediately after the storm, we initiated, and I've told you this, preserve cash, because it became obvious that we were going to have to make expenditures with the hopes of reimbursement, but the town is carrying that expenditure. So preserving cash has been a primary concern since the day of the disaster. It continues to be. So we're sitting here in January in the middle of a current budget, and we're projecting from July 1st through this time next year and on. And that makes it difficult because I really can't tell you where we're going to end up with FEMA, with the state, with all the various funding mechanisms. I can tell you that we have requested monies from every conceivable place that we can, and I'll go through those in a little bit. But I don't have any, other than the 1.9 million on the category A, which is debris, and $860,000, which we received, I reported to you last month, for the category B, that's the emergency operations. We have that money in hand. We've spent more than that. So right now we're in the negative on being reimbursed, which means cash has got to be a consideration of the 5 of you as we go forward. What I talked to the mayor about was I would like to continue the growth of the town, for you to continue your visioning for the town. Let's put together a budget like you intended to do, as if there had not been this disaster. Let's at least for planning purposes assume net zero. Go through the process and have a budget that you want for the town in 2025-26, with the caveat that you authorize me not to move forward on those budget items until we have a cash flow issue that's solved. Because in the next 3 to 6, 9 months, by October of 25, we should have a really good, clear picture of financially where the town sits. And what I don't want to do is have, the sky is falling budget today for that period of time, find ourselves in a really good position, and we didn't do our budget planning. Does that make sense?
Totally.
As long as we all agree that on July 1st, the new budget that you're going to begin today has the caveat that, that where we can, we won't spend unless we're in a better position knowing where we are than we are today. So with that said, that's what I'd like to accomplish today, is just continue the budget process with the caveat, and I'm going to talk about cash flow here in a minute. Do your needs and your wants and your visioning. We'll cost that out. We'll produce a budget as we've done for the last several years. But we've got to all understand that come July 1st, if we're not in a better position cash-wise, we'll set it aside. We'll implement the pieces the needs that we obviously have to do. But maybe meet again in October, and I talked to the mayor about maybe a quarterly budget meeting next year. Let's review where we are. Let's review where we stand with the federal and the state governments. Let's review where we've gotten our grants, and we have a lot of things that are in flux that I can't tell you today because I don't have any assurances. I can tell you what we've asked for, and I can give you an update on where each one of those are, but the money's not in the bank and the check's not in the mail. So we either wait and don't take this opportunity to do it. The town has put 5 really good budgets together. Look at the list. You've accomplished a great deal. It would be a shame not to continue that. We may have to pause that because we don't have the cash to carry us through. So if the goal is to be net zero in 18 months or maybe 3 years, there's substantial millions of dollars in cash flow that have to be expended first to get the reimbursement back.
Right.
And then we have to be cognizant of the audit that I spoke about. So that's my desire, and that's what I'd like to accomplish today. And if that's not the direction you want to go, I need to know that today. I need to know what you want us to do as staff. That's my recommendation. I think we can accomplish both. I just don't have the details to say, this is what we have in the bank.
So Chief, a few months back, I think you gave us an initial assessment of where we would be in terms of how much money we would need to be able to get Beach Mountain kind of back on its feet, with all the issues that we currently have. Is that number still, I know it's an estimate, but.
We've identified and we fine-tuned it so far, and in our, at the end of this month, we're required by FEMA to produce a list of all damage, a damage inventory, a DI list, and we're working on that, and we'll have that done on time. We meet weekly. Currently, it's about $21 million of out-of-pocket expenses that the town is expected to make before its return. Now that can go up or down, but that's down from 30 million is what we estimated before. Mm-hmm. We don't have numbers on the big items. Buckeye Lake, it's still, the engineers are still working on that. The federal government is still reviewing what our requests are. The utility, severely damaged. Now the utility, as you know, is an enterprise fund. It sits outside the general fund. So the utility has limited cash flow because it runs on a closer margin. We take in our water sales and our sewer sales, and then we operate the utility. The utility has substantial damage, and will have it will take years, as I reported to you last week, to get it all designed, all permitted, all through the state and all the government permits before we can actually start the work. So we've got to be careful there. So that $3.2 million that we talked about from DEQ is that iron in that fire is in the utility pot of money. And as I explained to you, my intention is to use that money to cover the cash flow of fixing and repairing the utility, and then go back to the federal government it'll be approved before we expend the money to get our return on that expenditure. So some of the big numbers aren't finalized yet. So the 21 million is pretty much what we believe it to be, and it will fluctuate, but it's not going to fluctuate by another $8-9 million. So that's, in a nutshell, that's what we're looking at. All right, any questions on the list?
Well, at last council meeting, you asked us about our wish list, and I think a number of council people said, hey, we need to know what the town is gonna need.
Good.
And I think that's where I'm at. I can't even think of a wish list past what we need to get, put out to get back to where we were.
Okay.
Well, in my opinion.
I would never come to a meeting without my list of what I want.
But that's part of the
If you'll
recovery
turn,
list.
if you'll turn the page, and item 2 is our needs from my position. So the first need is cash flow for disaster recovery, and we've covered that, and I have a separate document, I'll discuss that in detail, but that has got to be, in my opinion, the overriding issue. We have got to produce a budget that covers our needs, but gives us flexibility for some major expenditures and cover the cost until we can get
Is
reimbursed.
that the $1,035,000? You talking about item 2A?
No, item 2A is gonna be about 21 million. So,
What's the $1,035,000?
That's a different document.
you're on,
I'm sorry,
you're on your different page, Mayor. Go to the,
That's what we're talking about.
yeah, 2A.
gotcha.
So, and then there's some, we learned a little bit. B, communications, it's really not a lot of money, but I need to put that in the capital budget. We need Starlinks, permanent Starlinks that we own, we control, we can turn on and off. I need some satellite phones that we own that I don't need to have the Navy dropping out of a helicopter to me.
Is 2 enough?
Yes. Some capital that I believe we have to have. Our body cameras upgrades, that's a requirement. It's not that expensive. The fuel system replacement. So everyone's aware that we had a major fuel leak spill at the existing system. And that was temporarily repaired and now a more permanent repair. And we expect to be reimbursed for the loss. But the system has failed in this winter storm. We could not get gasoline, then we could not get diesel. It needs to be replaced. It does not meet current EPA standards, and we should expect to have an enforcement action against us due to the spill and due to the age and design of the equipment. So we need to move forward. That probably will not be reimbursable. We'll be reimbursed for the spill, the cleanup, the repair, the replacement, the upgrading of the system is gonna be on the town.
But you think we're gonna be fine?
I don't know that we'll be fine, but we'll certainly be mitigated.
Black mark.
And it's a good chance that all of that land will have to be excavated in environmental mitigation. That will be eligible for reimbursement. But the new equipment, a new double wall series of tanks, pumps that meet the current environmental is something that we have to do. We should do it before there's another event, and it will certainly, operationally, we've got to do it, but certainly as we go through the enforcement process with the federal government, we need to show that we realize there's a problem and we budgeted monies to fix it. That I think will go a long way to not being fined and just being, cited.
All right,
Would
now,
we relocate, or would we have that in consideration to relocate the?
Yeah, the capital expenditure is close to $900,000.
just for the tanks and containment?
Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
A whole new system, new pumps, new controllers, new containment, double wall tanks.
All right.
something that will perform when the weather's cold.
Do we need more capacity?
I don't believe so, but we'd like to move it and relocate it, and we need to have that discussion. I've put in there, the next item is the remote salt building. Second year in a row, we've had a failure during a winter storm on a holiday weekend where the snow plows and the salt trucks were stuck in traffic. And the same justification we had last year for remote salt building, which you appropriated $160,000 for planning and site work, we need to continue on. That is something, that's a need. It has to be done if we want to do anything about controlling the traffic during the winter on those holiday weekends. Having my salt truck and plows stuck in the same traffic jam that is caused by the roads not being salted and plowed, it's like, if you keep doing the same thing and hoping there's a different result, you're not going to get it. So you purchased the land for the Buckeye debris site. That's also where we'd like to relocate a second salt building, and we'd also like to move our fuel down there. And we'd like to begin moving our utility type, public works type things from our wonderful commercial area somewhere else. And that process, multi-year, many years. But this is an opportunity to get the salt building, the debris from the lake, and the fuel system out of here. So I think I'd like to see you put that on your list. The 2025 utility project, that's a $12 million utility project. You've previously approved it. It's an SRF loan from the state. We've kind of put it on pause because of the storm, and I just listed here because the debt service is substantial and it will add to the utility debt. You really don't have to do anything other because you've already approved it, but I need you to keep that in your mind as we go through the utility piece of the pie, based on what I've told you about the damage to the utility. But that's about, I forget the numbers, but it's 25,000 feet of water and sewer. It's another huge sewer upgrade that it's been funded. The debt service is what's on the town through the utility. We just need to keep that into.
We're not paying, are we paying any fee to keep the debt in place?
No, we haven't drawn any substantial funds. We did draw down on some engineering. We got our engineering costs back, and we're now getting ready to. We haven't gone to bid yet, so we haven't made a large investment. But I believe, and hopefully you will agree as we go through this process, that improving the utility, replacing pipes, water and sewer that have been leaking, the projects you have supported over the last 5 years needs to continue.
Well, that's part of the infrastructure. that
Infrastructure.
I think we all last year and the year before.
Number one on the
That
list.
was, that was our number one on the list. So what's preventing you from, are you being cautious in moving forward
Yes.
rather than unpausing this project?
Well, right now, it's not costing us anything the engineering's continuing. We haven't gone to bid. The issue of going to bid sets your expenditures in motion. And because I don't know the damage to the utility, how we're going to manage that, I didn't want to go to bid just yet.
But you could see a need for a budget item in the next budget.
Well, I'd like you to keep that in the back of your mind when we talk about the $3.2 million that we got from DEQ to do repairs. This is not repairs. This is a new project that you've already approved and funded through a loan. The debt service is substantial on $12 million, and we need to just keep that in our back of our mind because we haven't pulled the trigger yet. So, and going to bid doesn't force us to spend money, but it begins the process because there's no sense getting a bid and then letting it expire. So when we go to bid, there's a cost. When we obviously select a contractor and sign a contract, that's the triggering mechanism, and that's when the debt service begins.
But the debt service is only on the drawn down fund, right?
Yes, yep. Storage building, so Lake Coffee, we're continuing on Lake Coffee. I think with the damage to Buckeye Lake, as I've told you in council meetings, it makes Lake Coffee, in my opinion, that much more important, and makes it, had it been online, we wouldn't be facing the issues that we have today with Buckeye. So that project is substantially funded. There's substantial amount of work that's being done, will be done. We plan to go to bid in September of '25. What is not funded is we're replacing the storage building. So at Lake Coffee down at the bottom, we've got the storage and the shop, and John Merritt has designed a replacement, and we now have multiple sites to take a look at, and we'll bring that back to you. But the funding of that storage building, it has to be replaced. So if we go to bid in '25 in Coffee, the first things that are going to occur is demolition. So when we lose the building, I need to have a plan in place to replace it. So I don't know that we'll need 100% of the funding in the '25-26 budget, but we do need to make an appropriation for that.
Do you
I mean,
have an
well-
estimate on that?
I do, but it was with land, and I need to pull the land out.
Gotcha.
So it's probably, close to 250,000 without land. And then the last thing I've got.
Excuse me.
Oh,
So
sorry.
you really want to build the storage facility before you knock the other one down, I would think, if possible.
Yeah. I don't have any place to put the equipment that's there. There's Parks and Rec houses equipment, police and town clerk houses records there, and that needs to be removed, and I have to have a place to put it.
Yeah.
Now, we could put it in containers, and we could make it work, but this is the time, this is the budget to make an appropriation to start that process. And then the old public work mitigation, environmental, I talked briefly about that with the fuel spill, but the old public works, we had this discussion last budget. We didn't do anything with it. We have a plan, a comprehensive plan that will, bids open on the 31st of this month, that incorporates the entire commercial district for a plan, which will incorporate that piece of property. We talked about it last year, and that got delayed because of the storm, and now it opens on the 31st. So that plan is due in August. We'll have a final plan from them, and you'll have the opportunity to have input and approve it or not approve it, whatever. I think there needs to be a discussion and maybe an appropriation in the budget. If you like the plan when it's done in August and we haven't budgeted anything, we can always come back. But I'd like to have the project on the books so that we can do something in next budget and not wait till the 26-27 budget. So I'd ask you to consider that. Next, under planning, you authorize a traffic study in this budget, which we weren't able to do because of the storm. It was supposed to begin in November and go through the winter. And if you recall, it was in response to the traffic issues we had the year before, that Martin Luther King weekend. So that expenditure will not occur in this budget. And I'd ask you to appropriate that expenditure again. I truly believe we need a traffic study through the winter with the data that we've collected on traffic counting and things like that, because we need to come up with a better solution than what we have for the influx of traffic on the holiday weekends. So the only reason that's there is we won't be doing it in the current budget that you made the appropriation. I need you to carry that through. The last thing I've got for me, and then I'll stop, well, I'm gonna go to cash flow. Opportunities that I'd like you to at least take a look at. The Katz building site is for sale again. That's a premier piece of property in our town. I don't know that the town wants to entertain purchasing it. I'm not,
What are they asking now?
I don't know.
4.3 million.
It's $4 million. But that site is for sale, and that's an opportunity. Obviously, the old Public Works site we talked about. We need to, in my opinion, start talking about a stormwater utility. We don't have one. Stormwater was a major issue in the storm. More importantly, it's an issue every time we get a heavy rain. You don't have to have a hurricane to lose Fox Scrape Hollow or Greenbrier intersection, or, the ones that we lose every time. So there's an opportunity for the town to form a stormwater utility. It's a process. It's not done quickly. It's where the town can collect revenue in taxes and stormwater fees to make improvements to the stormwater system. I think the need is there. I think it's an opportunity that we need to think about. Annexations, we'll see some development come into the town in the next budget process. I think, well, let me tell you what I've told them. I think I've shared it with you publicly, but the town in the past has allowed properties outside the town that don't annex in. We've provided services to. We've provided water and sewer utilities, police and fire protection. And those areas don't pay predominantly, they don't pay any taxes to the town. They do pay increased utility for that service. You know how our utility is stretched. You know what our water situation is. I would tell you that our public safety system is funded at 100%. We don't have any capacity. So anybody, and what I've told them, anyone who wants to come in to the town and take advantage of those services must voluntarily annex into the town. It's been received fairly well, and you have some developments that are coming before you soon in this next budget period that's going to be a requirement that I have placed on them. Now, I have no authority to do that, but I've told them that from a management perspective in the town, we need to have them annexed before they receive services. So that's an opportunity that I think this body is going to be presented with in the next several months, and I believe it's something that we should have a discussion about as an opportunity. It has an impact to the budget because those are revenues, and I'm always interested in additional revenues.
I think by us not doing that is being financially irresponsible to the town and its residents, and we're leaving a lot of potential revenue on the table. And, we see in the past what hiccups that has created, and now we have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Why wouldn't we?
Yeah.
It just makes financial sense. It's not like we're trying to make unnecessary revenue out of the situation. It just makes good town business sense.
Well, in the past, it hasn't been the policy of the town.
It's been to the benefit of the community, of those folks not being annexed.
Correct.
And I say this gingerly, they get a lot of
services.
A lot of services.
They do.
Off the backs of the town. So, I think the town needs to be made whole.
Well, that's going to be an opportunity for this body, the five of you, to make that decision. I just want to let you know what I've told the people that have come in to see us in planning. They've come to see me, with their conceptuals. They've seen Daniel on the utility, and that has been our position all along. But we don't make that decision. That's going to be yours, and it will be something that will come before you as an opportunity in this budget cycle.
Does that take a vote, or straw poll vote, like now? That gives you the authority to move forward on this?
No, you cannot give me authority to approve annexations. That will have to come before you, just like when we annexed the property out the back. all I'm saying is that I'm identifying that as an opportunity to grow the tax base in return for service delivery that people, I see that coming before the town. We haven't seen a lot of growth since I've been here. And I see quite a bit opportunity coming before us. And I just wanted to point that out to you at this budget as we go forward. Roads, you know, we've had an aggressive paving program. I think there's some opportunities here. The Elderberry Ridge Road, which really, most of it is not a town road, when we had any bad weather or accidents on the parkway, the people and their GPS go out to Elderberry Ridge Road over that god-awful road and out, you know, to,
It's not a road, it's a trail.
well, it's a road on a
Yeah,
map.
true.
And I think part of the problem that we see on a day-to-day basis is that we don't have a way to bypass a problem. So people are using that road, and I think there's an opportunity for the town, and it's not necessarily a budgetary issue. I don't think we really can't spend the money outside the town on a road we don't own. But I think we could facilitate the landowners and the state and the county to get that road on a DOT list, which is arguably 5, 6, 10 years out before they do anything. But the opportunity is here to improve that road. So what happens in the wintertime, people look at their GPS because they're in traffic, it says go on this road, it's just a line on their map. They go out there, get stuck, we go save them. We're going to continue doing that, but there's an opportunity, I think, for the town to take the lead and do something with that. I think the Parkway, when we talk about traffic, the Parkway's a 2-lane road coming up. We had approximately 8,000 vehicles come up on Friday of the Martin Luther King weekend. Preston, our planner, is doing an analysis for me on how many actual parking places are there in the town that these cars could park. Just from an anecdotal, we're about 5,000 parking spaces short if we fill everything up. So where do those 5,000 cars go, and how do they get here? And what happens is we get gridlocked. If there's bad weather like there was on Saturday, we get, you know, vehicles that get stuck, make it worse. I talked to you about my snow plows and sand trucks and things like that. So the reason that's on here, that needs to be, again, something that the town, via the mayor's office and my office, we get to the powers to be in the state and talk about making some improvements, more 3-lane areas where possible. And then we need to have a discussion with you on what do you want to see paving going into next year. So in the budget we're in now, you're paving Greenbrier Road after the utility is complete, and we expect to have that done before June 30.
The paving done or the work complete?
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah. So that was the last big paving project that you had approved in the budget. We had discussed about the Beach Mountain Parkway extension, and that was decided not to proceed. So as we go through this budget and you do your bucket list, I need to hear from you your paving wants. Do you want to continue? I'm not in, well, I am, but I don't think I need you today. In fact, it would be counterproductive for you to give me road names because it's, you know, once that gets out, then it's like chiseled in stone.
Yeah.
And I need to make sure we can get the utility fixed, and now we have to get the stormwater, the culverts fixed. So from a higher level, do you want to continue next year with a new paving project, or would you rather just remain with a maintenance paving project? So I need to know that. And the last thing I've got is implementation of the commercial district plan. That will be before you, as I said, probably in August of '25 in the budget we're talking about. And I think there should be some consideration. Now, you don't even know what the plan looks like because we haven't even hired the planner. We're gonna do that next council meeting. But, again, we're looking ahead, 18 months. I think there needs to be some acknowledgement or some ability for you to implement portions of that plan should you like it. All right. Questions on that before I go to cash flow?
The Elderberry Road, is that just to town limits?
No, it needs to be taken from the Parkway all the way out to, it's not Gillum Road. What's the name of that road? Ryan?
To Shawnee?
Yeah, that new development out there, whatever.
Yeah, well, there's the road that the winery is on,
Yeah.
Yeah.
whatever that is.
Yeah.
Chapel Farm.
Chapel
There it
Farm
is.
Road, yep.
All right.
Chief, what was, I apologize, I was on the wrong 2A. And,
I was gonna go to that now.
well, let's go back to the original 2A.
All right?
Or actually, so what are the total expenditures for the needs on item 2B and 2C?
I don't know.
But I heard a $21 million.
That was a, no, that was.
No, that's
Disaster.
A.
So the disaster recovery is the 21 million.
We have that identified. If you support B, C, and D, we'll do what we always do and put that in a capital budget and cost it out and bring that to you.
Okay.
So today, and I apologize for not having detailed numbers, but today, what I want to know is, as I said in the beginning, where do you want to go? What's your vision? What are your needs and your wants? And then we'll produce a budget that goes there. If you say to me, on B or C or D, I don't want any of that, we're not going to spend any time costing it out.
But can we go down this list now and tell you?
Sure.
I mean, rather
I
than
just
going-
might not know the exact numbers.
No, but I mean, all this stuff as far as needs, I don't see anything that I would disapprove, so, anybody else have any?
I mean, we've already, I don't want to speak for council, but I think that, except for maybe the,
Well, can
We
Chris
did.
can Chris put these on the bucket list?
absolutely.
Let's
yeah.
do
Yeah,
that.
everyone, well, I'll speak for myself, every one of them, but I think that we have discussed this for the past 3, 4, 6 months. We've discussed.
All of these items have come up at some time.
Numerous
Yeah.
times, and then nothing's changed with the utility project. I think the entire council supports moving forward with the utility project, is because that was our
We did before. We
number
approved
one
it.
last year and year before, and I think year before that. So we've been pretty consistent with that, and I'd say
Well,
that-
the only issue there, again, Mayor, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, is when you approved it and I brought it to you, we didn't have a disaster need.
that's correct.
And
That's
so,
the, that's the,
and so my direction to staff has been to preserve cash. So my discussion with Dan, this is big. This is a big cash flow issue. And so Daniel and I have talked about it, and you have, I think you have two choices. We can proceed cautiously, as we talked about, let's take, or we can pause it. But once we pull the trigger and sign a contract, the debt service to the utility begins for 20 years. And we have substantial utility damage that won't be covered in this SRF project. So, in fact, I don't want to say all, almost all of the damage is not in this utility project. This is somewhere else on the mountain that was just determined to need repair, replacement as a normal to work on our system.
we've made too much progress and worked too hard to get to where we are today to take our foot off the gas.
I agree.
Okay. I just want you to know that there's a substantial debt service for 20 years on that project that we were all prepared to do, and now we have an opportunity to say, wait a minute, let's pause that. Now, there's a cost involved in doing that. The longer we pause it, the more it costs.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to bring that to you because That's a big one. If you say, look, we're not gonna do a fuel system replacement, we can get by. And it's not gonna cost us anything. And these other things, the salt building, all continues. But if we pull the trigger on the 25 SRF project, you're committed for 20 years on that additional debt service. And we may find our utility in a position where we don't have enough rate structure to meet the needs of the utility, that debt, as well as the big repairs.
Is everyone in agreement to put all these items on our bucket list?
Well-
And then have.
We could
our-
put it there, I'm just concerned about Buckeye Lake, because that is a major, if we don't get Buckeye Lake repaired, then come summertime, we're gonna probably not be in a good position, because we have the well issue as well.
Yep. Well, we're not in a good position now. So, Buckeye Lake, the reservoir, and the surrounding issues, including the well, have been our number one priority with FEMA. It is the number one discussion item that we have. It's at a 30,000-foot level because we've hired the engineers, they've done their sonar, they're devising, their quantitative analysis, and they're trying to come up with a plan to make the repairs. And there's a lot of obstacles there. So we don't have a number. And the FEMA says, give us a number. And we don't have a number, and we're working on that every day. I'm confident that we will get it repaired. We will get it back to where it was and hopefully improved. I'm confident. It has to happen. The town will not survive without that reservoir. I just don't know when and how much, and those and how, because the Army Corps and the state permit that body of water, and we're going to have to do things that are not permittable. We're going to have to dredge. We're going to have to mechanically, we're going to put a barge and a drag line out there. We're going to have to mechanically remove some debris, and a combination of the two. Neither one of those are permittable, and neither one of those methods, there is no method that's permittable, short of draining it, emptying it, and digging it out and filling it back up, which we can't do. So it requires a lot of cooperation between the federal and state permitting authorities to allow us to go in there and make those repairs. It has to be done. I can't imagine someone saying, well, sorry, you can't have any water. But my dilemma today, sitting here with you, I don't have any answers. It's underway, we're involved. It is the number one priority. FEMA is well aware of it. They're chomping at the bit. Just give us a project, just give us a number. But the engineers haven't got to that point yet.
But that ball is well in motion.
The well?
That ball,
Oh,
that project is well in motion.
oh,
It's
yeah,
just
yeah.
waiting for FEMA to.
No, it's being worked on every day.
Mhm.
Multiple hours, multiple people, multiple components. There's just so much you can do. We were supposed to have a drill rig there to drill, and they're coming next week. So,
The Buckeye project though, in regards to FEMA, is it gonna be, we have to fix it and get reimbursement?
Yeah.
Or will FEMA advance?
well,
You don't know yet.
well, there's some opportunities. So FEMA has two pots of money. They have a small project, which is $1,035,000. If it's below that, they agree and you agree on an amount, and they give you that amount, and you're fixed. You have to do the project for that amount. Over $1,035,000, it's a large project, and it takes a lot more time, and it takes a lot more agreement by FEMA. But when it's approved, then it's approved at whatever the cost will be, and you can draw down as you expend, and up to 75% of the project. So depending on, you do a bunch of little projects, small projects, or one big project will drive that boat.
But 75%, so say if it's gonna cost, you know, $3-4 million, we have to budget 25% of that?
Yes. And maybe more. Because cash flow,
Yeah.
well, let's go to cash flow in a minute. This list of needs, you wanted to finish that before we?
Yeah,
move
yeah.
on?
Yeah, I mean, as far as item 2A through D, I'm in favor of putting them on our wish list and funding them for 25, 26.
I agree.
I agree.
I'm there, but I think, as Bob said, the utility project needs to be sitting there with a caveat of deferral for 2 to 3 years, because it is gonna be a cash flow issue.
But
And so, if money comes in from FEMA or the state, then we can move forward, but if we don't get the money coming in, because what he's saying is we don't write a check, because the moment we write a check, we gotta pay for that check.
Yep.
For
But, right,
20 years.
But we've got the financing in place for that project. So we're only talking about debt service. We're not
And
talking
there's
about.
not, we're not paying debt service right now on it.
We're not,
Once
exactly.
we implement it, we start paying debt
Yes.
service, and that's where he's concerned.
Right.
And I think that
concerned
needs to be
because of
very
cash flow?
clear.
The
the
cash
debt
flow of the
service?
utility.
Well, again, it's the utility. So there's not, your fund balance of $9 million in the general fund is not there.
Correct.
So the utility runs on a much smaller margin, and so the cash is not there to make that cash flow. Now, there are options, one of which is the $3.2 million, which we've now secured and sits in the utility. So now we've fundamentally have a $3 million fund balance in the utility for this reason. We also have the ability to loan money to the utility from the general fund. There's a number of ways to do this. It's not, I don't think it's an all or nothing. I would agree with Councilman Stanford that let's just be cautious.
Of course.
Bidding is a trigger, and certainly signing a contract is the trigger. And all I wanted to make sure is we're all clear on what I think we should be doing and being very careful on the utility, because we don't have the depth in the utility that we do in the general fund.
So it goes back to one of our principles in being good stewards of the town's money. And doing our due diligence. So, we increased the utility rates, was it last year or year before?
Last year,
Last year. You remember what percent that was?
5.
5%? So, I mean, you gave us two options, and not to put this on the backs of our taxpayers, but for our utility users, but that's also another option, is to increase those rates some more, correct?
Yep. Yes, it is.
Okay?
And that's what I mean, there's multiple options or a combination, it's not an either or. I just want to make sure that because you approved it and you expect me to implement it, and I certainly will, but we're concerned that that's a big ticket item. It's not something that we can put
When you
off.
say big ticket, what's the debt service gonna be?
Well,
Right.
we think it'll be a $12 million expenditure, could be more by multiples, because the economy has changed now to get utility work. $12 million, 20 years, and it's right now at about 2%.
I mean, 2% is, I wish I had that interest rate.
No, it's a good rate, and we
Yeah.
brought it to you, and it's really good.
Minus the 3.2 million.
Well, the 3.2 million is a revolving.
Yeah.
So I'm planning to use that as cash flow. So if I spend $1 million, I've got to pay that $1 million back at 0%, and we would only spend it on projects that FEMA had approved. So we're net zero at the end.
Right.
So I feel a little better because we have that fund balance in the utility. I just want you to know where we are, what we're thinking, and
And the
So-
status of that project is we're ready for
we're ready to
for
go.
bidding?
Yeah, we're pretty much ready to go.
I think we're gonna be okay.
It's at going to the state for final approval. the engineering, it's all been done, and then it'll be ready for bid.
Bring us the numbers.
Okay. Well, just know that we'll talk about this as we go forward,
Yeah.
and I wanted you to know today, because that's the purpose of today, in my opinion, is to
Totally.
give you an idea of where we stand for 18 months from now.
As
Okay.
far as opportunities, we can come back to that on the wish list.
Yeah,
Get that.
yeah. Well, I shouldn't say I don't care. I just put that in there.
Yeah.
So if you go to the one pager,
Right.
Helene, recovery, cash flow considerations. All right, we've been through almost all of this. Number one, we've identified $21 million in repairs. I've explained the FEMA reimbursement that I just talked about, as well as the $3.2 million revolving loan. And I've told you what we've brought in so far from FEMA, so that's under item 2. bullet point
Quick
2.
question, Bob. The documentation and bidding prior, do we get the reimbursement from FEMA for those expenses, additional expenses for town employees and such to do this?
Yeah, that's category Z, and
Z,
no, it is.
Lay down there.
So I've learned all the categories. So the quick answer is yes, it's eligible. So
We shouldn't plan on it.
we've had some discussions on category Z, and the record keeping is extensive. So they don't pay for straight time. They don't pay for overtime unless it's specifically on a task. So this employee on this day took this piece of equipment and this amount of work for this amount of time. That is reimbursable. If you can't show that, it's not. So Cat Z is very subjective, and it's eligible, to answer your question. Realistically, we probably won't get even 50% of what we request, because we don't have those type of records. Even though we kept very clear, we call them 214s, it's a FEMA form. We kept extensive 214s, we took pictures, we did all the things.
We hired a person.
And now I'm getting, did they take a break? Did they go get fuel? Did they, and so, anyways.
Yeah, okay.
So number 3, this is the big deal. We're required to carry the cost of approved projects until reimbursed. And right now, the minimum is 90 days reimbursement, but it could go, they told me 618 days. So that's the whole discussion I've been having with you today, is item 3. So our plan is to manage the projects to ensure adequate cash flow, prioritizing projects based upon need, timing, and cost. What I mean by that is, let's take the utility, and we've got that pot of money, $3 million. Let's say we get a $800,000 project approved by FEMA. We'll then take a look at and see, where does it prioritize, and it's obviously a need, but where does it prioritize? And if it's far enough up, we'll fund it at $800,000 of our money out of the utility. We'll do the project, get it done, and then 90 days later, hopefully get reimbursed by FEMA. That $800,000 will go back into the pot, and we'll start again with another project. I'm just using that as a simple, so we're going to take the available cash that we have amassed so far, get projects approved, either small or large, as you see up at the top, and then fund those on a priority basis, and then refill the till and fund another project. What that means is going to take a lot longer to do
Drawn
things
out.
than it would have if I had $21 million to throw at the, but it also means that we're then able to better manage it and prioritize, and quite frankly, as we move through, we may find that the priorities changed, or we can put it into another project somewhere else, those type of things, as opposed to just doing one big thing. So I want the council to know that that's the plan I plan to use, and if that doesn't sit with you, I need to know about it soon, because that's what FEMA and the state and the town have been planning on. We don't have the $21 million to just hire it all done and get it done. So my plan is to use the money that we've amassed to do it that way. So number 5, the mayor made some connections at the state level, and we've sent in a written request for $12 million direct appropriation out of the state budget. It's outside of FEMA, it's outside of DPS. It is similar to the $14 million we got from Lake Coffee. We simply go to our elected officials, we make the request, we document it, we justify it, and hopefully they appropriate monies to us. So we've applied, we've sent it in, sent it to the mayor, he took it and sent it to the legislators. He's had, I'll let him speak, but he's had good response. So what does that mean? That will be an appropriation, which means you don't get a check for $12 million and put it in the bank. But what you do is you have it's like the $3 million on the utility side. It's similar. So now we've got an appropriation at the state level that we can draw upon. And it will be, you don't have to pay it back.
Oh, you don't? That's
No.
my next question.
You know, it's unlike the $3 million, you don't have to pay it back, and it's an appropriation, direct appropriation, and that will cover our costs that won't be covered by FEMA, that won't be covered by insurance, that won't be covered by the state of our $21 million. That will cover those costs. And we've identified 4 projects that the mayor took forward, and it's Buckeye Lake at $5.5 million, road infrastructure at $4 million, and stormwater control at $2.5 million, $12 million. So that's not a shot in the dark. That actually has some traction. And you can interrupt me anytime you want. I'm speaking for you. But I feel really good about that. It may not be 12 million. It may be something less. But the thought process is to do the same thing for the general fund as what we've already done for the utility. We've got the 3 million at the utility. We'll have an appropriation from the state for the general fund. It's a little bit better because we don't have to pay it back. It's not a revolving. And we'll be able to actually offset town costs that wouldn't be eligible or approved under FEMA.
But, again, correct me if I'm wrong, under FEMA, we're only getting 75% reimbursement.
No,
I'm wrong. see?
no. Well, that's typically true, 75%, and then there's a 12.5 local and state. That's standard. In this disaster, the Bush administration, through their FEMA, made it 100% for 180 days. So we're eligible for 100% of no town cost. And you've got to get the work done in 180 days, 6 months. That is extendable, and everyone's said, we've already put in for an extension because we can't do it. But to answer your question, this disaster is 100%.
Okay. Another question. Again, in the last federal budget, there was 300 billion set aside for disaster relief. Do you know how that's working? Is it something you gotta apply for, or is that funding just for FEMA, or?
They gave that to the states. So North
Okay.
Carolina received that, and you may have seen where Governor Cooper announced a $2.5 billion.
Right.
And that is not been determined how it's going to be administered. We're told it's probably going to go into DPS, Department of Public Safety, and it'll be administered similar to the CARE funds, the COVID funds, but we don't know. That guidance hasn't been out yet. So that funding will be available in the near future, and we certainly will put our hand out and jump through the hoops and do the applications and apply.
So on item 4, where we had plugged in a greater community, working with the state, and I've elaborated a little bit with you guys, and I'll say more at our next council meeting on this, but working behind the scenes with our state officials is going to pay dividends for Beach Mountain, significant dividends. And as Chief Putney said, that this $12 million has got traction, I feel very confident that we will receive $12 million. I'm not gonna say it's guaranteed, nothing is guaranteed, but I feel very good that we will see $12 million for these projects.
The 3.2 million revolving line, you said that's attached to the utilities.
Correct.
Can we get a similar attached to do town?
Not through DEQ.
Oh,
Their grants have been only utility water projects.
Okay.
And this 12 million appropriation, we are trying to use that in a similar fashion for the general fund.
Right.
This additional funding that's coming through the state that we just talked about, that we haven't heard how that's gonna be appropriated, we could use that in a similar fashion. My goal is to be made whole at the end of the 18 months, 3 years, the
Right.
town is made whole.
But as far as the
That's-
budget process goes, you've got to put some money in the budget,
We do.
you know,
Cash flow is the issue.
yeah.
I gave you our fund balance as of 12/1, which is the highest it's going to be. Just to give you an idea of, we have to run the town,
Yeah.
you know, payroll, parks and rec, road
It's the normal
salt.
budget, the budget.
Have to run the town, and then we've got to recover from this disaster with a very limited cash availability. We haven't been able to amass the cash that I had hoped to when we started in October. As I reported to you, we used all our salt, and we had to buy another 1,000 tons of salt. So, you know, that ate up my, you know, don't spend money over here, and now we've got to go buy, you know, another 1,000 tons of salt because we had a cold winter. So those type of things are normal in operating the town.
Mhm.
What's not normal is having to lay out $1 million worth of cash in a 30-day period on a project, emergency repair. You know, we're, excuse me, some of the things we're doing right now, we're repairing Beach Mountain Parkway Extension. We've hired RC, you know, that's a $600,000 repair. That entire road failed. We're working in the utility, we're working on roads. We've got exposed water mains, and we're at 0 degrees, and you know what's gonna happen. So we're spending money today covering those water mains as an emergency measure. Culverts, drains, road repair, getting debris out of the town. We're writing checks every day for that work, and we don't have it coming back in.
But we should in 90 days or less.
Yes,
So
that's our cash flow issue in a nutshell.
the town's got $9.3 million in our,
We did on December 1st.
so.
I've spent out of that pot of money.
We have spent.
You know,
Well, yeah, but I mean,
You
the
wrote
finance
checks.
director signs the check, sends it to me, and I'm the last one to sign it, so it's me.
so, go ahead.
No, I was gonna be on something different, but.
So if we need to spend up to $1 million and then have to wait 90 days for our money, we need to get these, the town can afford it, and I think that's not gonna create a cash flow issue. And I look as if this were my money and my business, I wouldn't have a problem spending $1 million knowing that I would at least get 50% of that money back, 75% of that money back. Because these projects can't be put on hold, and the projects need to be put on the books now, because if we wait 2, 4, 6 months, we're not gonna get some of these necessary projects taken care of until maybe next year. I think time is of the essence to prioritize what needs to be done, and it needs to be done sooner rather than later. And in my opinion, the town can financially support but investing $1 million with the intentions that we're gonna get the bulk of this money back.
Yeah, we just can't do it 10 times.
Well, it's,
Well, no,
it's
we
more,
do.
it's more than $1 million.
Well, I'm gonna be cautious, and I'll be cautious when I say this, that we can probably, not probably, I think we can afford to invest a little bit more than $1 million.
Good,
our-
because we have.
If our, well, then I'm not, then I'm,
Glad to hear that. It's already done.
then I'm not far off with this next statement. That if we've got, I'm gonna use the $9.2 million just as for conversation purposes today. I think that, and again, I do the same thing with my business, that I think that we could spend somewhere between $200,000 to $300,000 out of our fund balance. And then we wait 90 days. I don't see that being, creating a cash flow issue.
2 or 300,000 or 2 or 3?
What did I say?
100,000?
100,000.
2 to 3?
Yeah, that's.
It'd be
I'm sorry.
It'd be millions.
2 million.
That's why it works for your business.
It would.
No, so-
We're probably looking at a cash flow as we go forward of $3 to $4 million
Yep.
as we go through this. And don't forget that your budget revenues is also based on, investment income, which has a lot to do with our fund balance. It also has to do with, I don't know what's going to happen next. So if we had not had a fairly good fund balance on the worst time of the budget in the fall, just before taxes, for a whole quarter, we operated the town at a negative, out of the fund balance. I don't know what's gonna happen next, and neither do you. I mean, no one knows what's gonna happen next. So the farther we draw down fund balance, it has a financial impact in actual revenues, but it also sets us up for what's next. We had a really cold winter so far. We haven't had a blizzard or anything like that, but haven't had an issue at the lake. I don't know, but that's why you have a fund balance. You have a fund balance to carry you through the unforeseen problems, and the more we use that to operate on a cash flow, the more risk we take. I don't want to say I'm good with that. I understand what you're saying, but I just want us to all be careful of what we're talking about doing.
Well, here's the way I look at it. I mean, we last year approved a 50% of the budget fund balance, $6 million, right? Forget about the $900,000, that we'll use that. But, with a $6 million fund balance, we can afford to use $2 or $3 million to do projects that are going to be reimbursed at a high percentage. And that's how I think we should approach all this and go forward.
Well, that was my point, and I misspoke when I said 200,000 or 300,000. It's peanuts.
I already spent that.
Yeah, today.
This morning. But, I think Art and I said the same thing. I feel comfortable spending $2 to $3 million out of our fund balance, because these projects may cost the town money that isn't going to get reimbursed. And easier said than done, but that's the cost of doing business. And if that's what is going to be the lifeblood or the buoy of keeping our town moving forward, we have to make that investment. And
I don't disagree.
but I respect about moving cautiously and preserving cash. And I'll speak personally, this year in my business, I've spent about $2 million. Some of it I've been able to borrow, and some of it I had to take out of our cash account. But I'm being very conservative, but I'm looking at this thing from our ROI on it. And if I don't do it, this is the repercussions. If we do it, this is going to be the benefit. And it is a little uncomfortable when you go to bed at night thinking your debt service, but it's manageable. And the problems we have today, hopefully they'll as time moves forward, it's going to improve, improve, and improve.
Well, I don't want you to think, and I must not have communicated well, I'm not advocating that we don't do any of these projects. I'm telling you that we have to do them all. And they have to be done, and they will be done.
No, you made that clear.
It's how do we do that and manage the cash flow? That's my concern. But they'll all be done. We have to get them done. There's not an option not to. It's just, how do we go about doing that? And if council is comfortable, set a percentage of budget, like you did last year at 50%, and say, you know, town manager, we want you to use fund balance up to this, or down to this level, and don't go past that. And that way you don't have to worry about what the fund balance was on the 1st of December, because it's not there now. And you don't have to get into the weeds of million here, $500,000. Tell me what the fund balance, what's the minimum you're comfortable with in this time, and that's what we'll set as policy, and we won't go below that.
Well, here's what I'd say. I mean, stewardship of the town's money. I think this council and you yourself are top of the list as far as stewardship of our money. Yeah, we're gonna have to spend some fund balance. We know that. And I don't wanna put handcuffs on you to say, okay, you can only spend $2 million, or you can only spend whatever, you only get 50% or whatever. I think you're prudent enough, and you know what your cash flow is, you know, and how to keep the town running, that, you know, we've got to trust in you to get it done with what you got, and in an appropriate way. And I have no problem with you and your people doing the appropriate way.
Well, I appreciate that, but
I know.
But
So
if our fund, let's just say we establish a fund balance of 53%, and we get under that 53%, we're gonna be able to build that back up
In reimbursements.
in reimbursements. So,
Hopefully.
Yeah.
well, that's the plan.
But, you know, I think that until you can bring us back some numbers with, go back to the cash, the item B through D, I think we're kind of in a holding pattern. And then to go back to where we are with our cash flow considerations, again, this $12 million, I feel good that this is going to be a nice financial shot for Beach Mountain. That's going to, it's not going to eliminate, but it's going to significantly reduce our financial needs. And we know that we've got these expenditures taken care of at zero cost to the town. I don't want to bank on it, but again, I feel confident that that will come to fruition sooner rather than later. Yeah, I mean, it goes back to your concerns with Buckeye, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be in a position to be able to
You know,
remediate that.
between Buckeye and our infrastructure needs, those are, you know, probably the two major concerns that I have for the town.
Okay.
And how are we doing on employee retention? I just want to bring that up, just to see, do you have any increase in cost or, you know, benefits and so forth that you foresee coming in this fiscal year?
We haven't got anything from the league on benefits.
Okay,
That usually comes in March.
okay.
Steve and I are looking at the CPI for cost of living.
Mhm.
We really haven't zeroed in on that yet. You usually agree on January 1st of the year, use that CPI for our region. We've looked at it, but we haven't put anything together, haven't done any analysis. So on benefits, I don't have, that usually comes in March.
Okay.
We'll put a number in that. Certainly, the budget that I produce for you will have those numbers in narrative to justify it. I don't know what that's going to be. We haven't heard a word from the league on insurance cost, and, you know, that's a substantial number. We're in the middle of our pay plan study. You have managed that properly with adjustments every year, so I don't see any issue there. There may be one or two that we'll take a look at, but the pay plan and the study, because it was managed well, is up to date and accurate.
Okay.
So I haven't thought a lot about it just yet, but we'll certainly put those numbers in the budget we propose.
Okay.
I assume we are giving cost of living this year. I mean, is that
Well,
automatic?
I'll propose it.
Yeah.
I mean, you all make the decision, but
Right, exactly.
I will propose it based on the CPI
Right.
with a justification, and then that decision is up to you, but I certainly will propose that. That's one of the ways we manage our pay plan to keep it functioning and accurate. You paid a lot of money for a pay plan, and then if you don't keep it up to date with cost of living, it becomes less and less valuable, and you wind up, as we did, doing another one and having, a large out-of-pocket expense. It's much better, in my opinion, to manage that as you go forward, so you have a viable pay plan that's competitive.
I think until we get something in with a solid CPI,
Yeah.
we're in the dark.
I think we did a little bit more. Didn't we get raises last year? Everything was just CPI?
Well, no, if you recall, we had the discussion of the merit.
Yeah.
And I proposed that we do something with longevity.
Right.
And we did, and didn't do a merit, and so that was that discussion.
Right.
But we did not adjust the pay plan other than for cost of living.
Right.
And has that been working good, the merit?
I think so,
Okay.
yeah. Well, I'm biased, my idea, but I think so. We've not had a retention problem, haven't really, not aware of any employee issues in that area. So I think we're competitive. I think we're where we need to be. And-
Morale's good.
And we'll, not in the middle of winter, it's not.
So Sunday.
This is a bad time to talk about morale. But it's a similar thing at the resort, right?
Yeah.
You're counting the
Very
days.
happy all those folks are here because they're paying my paycheck.
Yeah. So we'll address that in detail as we go forward. And I get numbers. I just don't have the numbers.
Okay.
You guys want to take a quick break, bathroom break right
Can I
now?
have one more question before we
No.
move away? Thanks. Okay. So out of there's 21 million in projects related to disaster recovery mitigation. And those are divided up amongst enterprise funds and general funds, correct? I mean, so it's different. So it may be helpful, and it's a lot of work, maybe not. But when we talk about, there's 3.2 in utilities to do projects, and what are all the projects that need to go under that fund, right?
Yep.
Because you're gonna bring money in, and we're gonna draw down from that, and then you've got 12 that we're gonna put to the general fund. I think kind of laying out where projects are so folks can understand when we start talking about taking on more debt service for the utility, what that payout's gonna be to do the debt service, and what are those mitigation recovery things that have gotta come out of that fund, in my opinion, first, before you take on the more debt service.
Right.
I think that would be good for everybody else to see on paper.
We're almost there.
Okay.
That will be complete by the 31st. So yesterday's meeting with FEMA and Hagerty, we've got the list, we've got it. We're not agreeing with each other, FEMA predominantly, on how to group those. And so until those are grouped and approved, I don't have that final number. But we're really close. Now, I could share the draft with you, and I don't think 10 of them are gonna change. But it's a lengthy,
Well,
list.
I think for council, from the standpoint of understanding that these projects are gonna come out of the utility fund, and these projects are gonna come out of whatever, and these are gonna come out of general fund, to know that and be able to see the kind of the outlay of what pots of money are available. And I get it, we can take and loan money from the general fund to other places, but
You don't wanna do that.
you don't wanna do that.
Right.
It makes a nightmare when it comes time for audits.
I have to audit this. This has to be audited.
Right, I know. That's what I'm saying. It becomes a big problem. So I think for everybody else to understand that.
Simple is better, but this is not a simple project. It's very complex. And there's a lot of unknowns right now. And so when we have this meeting today, I'd love to be able to bring you some hard numbers, and I just don't have it.
Right.
And it's very complex on where everything is going and what the funding mechanisms are, what's available, what we're going to get, what we aren't going to get. So I just don't have that data for you today. But as we talk, we meet every month, and I update you ad nauseum on all this stuff. It will become clearer as we move forward. But today, I gave you my best shot on where I see the issue, and my concern is cash flow going forward. It may not be a concern in 3 months, but right now it is.
Sure.
Because I'm writing checks, big ones, to get work done, and there's promises, but there's no signatures on documents, there's no approved projects. Other than the initial payment from FEMA and the state that we talked about, we haven't seen anything. And it looks like it's not coming soon, so.
Yeah, so good luck in planning that.
Yeah, we'll get there.
So is the removal from, the stormwater issues that we're having, and there's trees and everything, is that part of what FEMA does, or does that fall under the town's responsibility?
Well, it's the way it works, it's all our responsibility.
Okay.
So the way FEMA doesn't do anything, they actually don't pick up a shovel.
Mhm.
So what FEMA does is they approve you to do things, projects, and we explain the large and small. So the town has to do it all, either with forced labor, our own, or contract labor, and then pay for it, and then submit to FEMA and the state reimbursement requests on approved projects that have already been vetted, and then get money back.
Okay.
That's how it's supposed to work. But FEMA does not do anything. They, literally, it's, they might sign something, but they don't pick up a shovel.
Chris, do you want to take one of these sheets here and just, so you don't have to write each item down and take it to the bucket list?
Well, you can add those, we put those up there, what you add to it. Yeah, and I was gonna ask you about that. That's B, C, and D, do you want me to break it out, Starlink, satellite phones,
Well,
body cameras, and all that?
I don't know,
You don't need to break it,
maybe
I just put,
Just
as
put
per
needs.
list. Whatever, yeah.
Yeah,
Did-
so we'll put communications, capital, used to say a little more than capital.
Well- Let me ask council, did I get ahead, or does anybody else have any other additional comments about what we've been discussing? Is everybody good?
Does anybody need to make any more comment? We would,
Yeah, anybody, anything else?
So
Right.
you're to break out like these on here and understand that they're not gonna be prioritized yet until you finish.
Sure.
And these may all rise to the top.
Yeah.
At least they're on there. And being on the list is a big part of it. So if it's on the list, then it's in the queue.
I think we were trying to save you some writing and just.
Yeah,
say-
I'm trying to save some writing, if you just want to
Like,
tape it
you
to
don't
the
have to write
list.
it, just tape the piece of paper up.
And then we can add to it. I mean, it's up to you.
Right, no, I'm not doing that. I just wanna make sure that if somebody's got one of those 5 items that they're thinking about that's not on this list, they get a chance to add that too. And, that way everybody's all happy. But you may all agree that this is your list.
I think that's
I
the
think
general
that's,
consent.
yeah, that's the start.
I don't
And that's
think-
what I was saying, is a start.
Yeah.
And let you look at it, you can take a break here a minute, and come back and look at it, and look at your list of 5 things, and see if there's something else you want to add. And you notice we go through that, you discuss it anyhow. Somebody throws out a project, and you talk about it.
has a list, those are the projects and the colors broken out by fund. And that's not approved yet.
That's utility road projects there.
Yeah, I think it's important for them to see and get, I understand it.
Yeah. So what I was showing Councilman Stanford is the list he just requested. This is just our category C, and it is all of our road work. So, and the color code tells us where it comes from. And then at the bottom, we total it out. So basically, we've got $2 million in road work, and how we're gonna, some of it is utility, some of it's general fund. So we have this
Which
for
is
every.
which on the colors?
Oh, I believe blue is utility.
Okay.
So, and we've got some large projects up top, if you see, Buckeye Creek Road, that's a box culvert at Shane Park. We've got Charter Hills Road, large project, and then we've got all smaller projects under the $1,035,000. The only reason I show you this is all Cat C, so there's you know, all the way to Z. We have that delineated. It hasn't been approved, and until we get it approved, I don't want to say this is how much money comes out of utility, this is how much comes, but we're really close.
We haven't talked at all about Shane Park. What is the status of that? I know it's a big ticket, and, you know, who's gonna pay for it?
A combination of FEMA, insurance, and the town. So Shane Park is a issue. So the building is mostly insurance, the town, and then FEMA will cover the difference. So we'll be made whole, we believe, on the building.
And what has to happen to the building?
Well, it moved.
Yeah, I know it's,
So we have not had any engineering on it yet to tell us what has to be done to bring it back into useful life.
You think it's a tear down?
No. So insurance is, for the first place we have to go is insurance, and it was insured. There's deductible, and then you have to negotiate with the insurance adjuster on, so that, we're in the process of that now. So the building itself will be insurance first, the town, and then FEMA should pay the difference of justifiable expense, the deductible and things like that. The parking lot and the land, FEMA's paying to remove the debris, category B, or category A, and that has been contracted. FEMA will pay to remove the parking lot and return the site back to its original condition, and that will be under a category A project as well, debris. And then the Buckeye Lake project is going to pay through FEMA mostly, to remove the dry debris that went out into the lake through Shane Park, that came down from Eagles Nest, went out into Shane Park. That's being quantified now, and the engineer, Mattern and Craig, is working on that piece. And then at the top of Shane Park, where the campgrounds were, that's where the Buckeye Creek Road culvert was blown out, and we had it put back in temporarily. We're trying to get FEMA to mitigate that. So there's two programs. They'll pay to put it back exactly the way it was. Or we can do a mitigation project, which we're trying to do. So what we want to do is put in a box culvert there, similar to what we're doing at Greenbrier. That mitigates the culverts from ripping out and just repeating this. This isn't the first storm that's occurred. I know it's a lengthy explanation, but that's a separate project that's attached to Shane Park and the Buckeye Lake. And then the road that goes above Shane Park that collapsed, that's another project that's tied to all of those, and Mattern and Craig is engineering that. There's going to have to be a retaining wall built, which will impact Shane Park, and it will have a funding mechanism, probably FEMA, and then the town. That is not an insured loss, neither is the culvert. the building is an insured loss. So I know it's a lengthy explanation, but it's multifaceted how Shane Park's going to come back. Then the ropes course that was there is even another piece. It wasn't insured, couldn't be insured, and FEMA now is arguing about the cost of putting it back. So we probably won't put the ropes course back there because there's no trees left to put it on. So we'll mitigate that and put it somewhere else in the town, probably not at Shane Park. And we're under discussions with that.
Now, I mean, the vegetation is gone in Shane Park. I mean, is there in the plan replanting of some sort of vegetation back into the area?
There isn't in the plan because FEMA won't do that. FEMA they'll return it back to where it was, but they don't.
Less vegetation?
Yep. They're paying to haul the vegetation away. But if you've been down, all the trees fell,
Yeah,
the road fell.
it's not the same.
It won't be the same.
Yeah.
But that's how the funding's gonna come about, and, quite frankly, the building is a low priority.
Yeah, you don't need the building if you don't have a Shane Park.
The debris is the major issue. It's impacting the quantity of the lake, and that has to be removed pretty quickly. And that's what we're working on. And that's why you appropriated the land on Cherry Gap, so that we can, as soon as possible, as soon as we close, we get it permitted, we can take that dry debris, which doesn't require a permit, and move it there and restore the stream and a large portion of the neck of the lake. The piece we talked about this morning is what's underwater, and that requires permitting, and that's going to be an issue.
That's good. In my mind, that's where the time is going to take. Corps of Engineer.
Oh, yeah.
It's just,
So they have an expedited process. Our engineer, Mattern and
Corps of
Craig.
Engineer expedited process.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
like
well,
government intelligence.
Well, they have one, and the engineer we selected has extensive experience with this permitting process. They've done a number of these similar projects in multiple states, and so they feel confident they can get through the process. It's timely, but they know how to do it, and that's why we hired them. Similar to Haggerty. Haggerty knows what they're doing, and they're getting us through the project, through the process.
From what I understand, the Haggerty people have been very instrumental in keeping getting the ball rolling.
We would not be where we are today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
not
been
even
a great
close.
investment.
Not even close. Yes.
Do they have any estimated time for when they might have a solution for Buckeye Lake? Are we talking about months, 6 months, a year, or?
Well-
something like that, hopefully,
I think it'll be done in phases. The dry has to be removed immediately.
okay.
We can get that done. Probably use some of the material to rebuild the road. We're waiting on approval for the box culvert. If that all comes together, then from the water's edge up to Buckeye Creek Road, can be done rather quickly. The underwater subsurface is gonna be timely. And I'd like to have it done soon, but every time I talk to somebody, it's, well, you can't do that.
If we get the dry out and put the riverbed back in, that's gonna help
Absolutely.
in the quantity of water that's
Absolutely.
there.
If we can do that quickly and figure out what happened to the well and come up with a solution.
Have we had anybody look at the well yet?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
When the engineer I gave approval for, it's a well expert. And they're gonna camera the well casing down to the bottom. They also do some sonar, and they look at the substructure outside the casing. Something changed, something moved, something broke, something
something
filled in,
happened.
we don't know. But that is been approved and that will be underway. As soon as we determine what happened, they'll determine what can be done.
Is this a FEMA reimbursement?
It can be.
Can be, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if the storm didn't cause the damage, it will not be. But the coincidence is such that, you know, we believe that, and FEMA has said, look, we'll pay for the camera work, we'll pay for the engineering to find out what happened. If it wasn't storm related, we're done. If it was, then let's see if, you know, what the cost is and what can be done.
We're talking about the well.
So there may be reimbursement, there may not. There may be something we can do, there may not. We don't know, because we don't know what occurred, you know, 800 feet down.
I've used your saying, we don't know what we don't know.
That's correct. We don't.
Well, how about, we can do anything we want.
We can. We can. You do anything you want. But the well, if we get the dry out and the creek bed reinstated
Right.
and repairs to the water plant, don't forget, we had damage to the infrastructure in the lake that brings water into the plant and the well. It will go a long way to alleviating our source water capacity. But until the bottom of the lake is cleaned and we get full use, we won't be back to where we were.
No, exactly.
So
And that's out there.
I hope not.
Yeah.
You know,
Me too.
I need somebody of authority to say, do it, here's the permit, then it's on us to get
Get it done.
it done, and I'm good at that. I'm not good at this paperwork, meeting stuff, you know. Look, I can get it dug out.
Yeah. No, exactly.
And then, of course, we're progressing on coffee, because that is even more important now.
Yeah.
You've got to get that done. And now that the decision is made on the dam location, we're rocking and rolling, so.
What is the closing on the land on?
I asked Ford to do it as expeditiously as possible. He said 30 days. So that we're about, what, 5, 6, 7 days into
So
it now?
mid-Feb,
Yeah.
second half Feb.
Yeah. So we'll get closed. We're making the engineering and the planning as if we already own the land. So we've got to build a road,
Yeah.
and we've got
Does that
to.
need court approval?
No, but the site has to be approved.
Yeah.
The road doesn't, but the site has to be approved as a disposal site. And right now, the discussion with FEMA, they love it, it's very cost effective, it's far better than hauling it off the mountain, both cost-wise, safety-wise, everything is good, they love it. They want to know what we're gonna do with the land after it's, and they literally wanted to know if we plan to haul the material off the site in the future. And I said, well, why would you do that? Why would you stage it
Yeah.
and then haul it away? You didn't save anything. Oh, yeah. So, the discussion is there a, value added to the town? And there probably is. And what is that worth? And that will be deducted from the total cost of the project. So, we're arguing that it's a disposal site, permanent disposal site. It doesn't have value after you put your disposal materials on there. Regardless of the use, it can't be sold. I mean, you couldn't sell it to anybody. Who would buy a disposal site? I guess another disposal need.
Yeah.
So we're having that discussion with them. But basically, they want to know 20 years from now, does it bring value to the town? And what is that value, and should they be paying for it? So we're discussing that. But we are engineering the road. Daniel's met out there with the engineers. We have the topography map. They're laying out where the spoils go. As you know, that piece of property dips down quite a bit. We're gonna fill in the back first and come up. Next time you'll see it is a request to annex it.
Yeah, that's my
and
next
zone.
question, yeah.
Yeah, you'll see that. probably not at the February meeting, but the March meeting, we'll annex the unincorporated area and rezone it, so,
And that's what Tioga County, right?
yes. Mayor, I'm done.
Let's just take a, well, he's back.
You took your break.
You say it's time for a 5-minute break?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
think
stretch your legs and dribble
that's
out.
on this.
I think Riley needs to turn the heat, flip that
Hey, what
switch
happened to
again.
heater?
It's time to
Riley?
time to flip the
Flip the
switch.
switch again, Riley.
The cold air's blowing over here.
Did you do that last time, Riley? Did you make it work last time?
No, he did.
Oh, Are we broadcasting?
Give me like 30 seconds.
Okay.
So we'll read.
1, 2,
28, 29, 30.
There's
I've listed the first 14 that came off that sheet.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
And I apologize, my writing's not as good as it once was, I guess. I'll read those for you so you can see what they say. Communications, and of course, there was listed some things under that about the Starlink and the sat phones. PD body camera upgrades, fuel system upgrades, salt building, the 2025 utility building, storage building, coffee, old public works mitigation, traffic study, Cat's property, old public works site development. I don't know what that says.
Stormwater?
Commercial district.
Stormwater?
Form SW utility.
Stormwater? Stormwater.
Say, I'm sorry.
Stormwater.
Stormwater, well, stormwater, I was just thinking form, I can't figure out what I'm.
Form SW utility.
Okay. Former, okay, I don't know.
No, form, create,
Oh,
stormwater
form,
utility.
Okay, okay, I got it now. Yes. Annexations and emerald development was one of those. Road improvements list, I'm still putting those down and just, that's your road improvements list. And that, and I don't know if you've got a paving schedule or something like
do.
that they need to approve, or if that would fall.
Yeah, we just gotta give them the money.
And then the commercial district plan.
I thought we were only doing items
A through D.
A through D.
So, yeah, I was gonna say two
Some-
things.
here we go.
One, number 5 is not a utility building. Number 5 is utility projects, and that's the 12 million that's already been earmarked.
The bucket list are items
I think you stop after 8.
Yep,
Two.
stop after 8.
2A through 2D.
So 9 through 14, you don't want them there?
Well, just put a line in between them for now.
Yeah, 9 through 14 are opportunities.
Is it your thoughts about putting the storage building on the new
And number 5
35 acres?
is not a building.
It could.
It is utility project.
Initially, it was supposed to go down at the utility plant. We have a wooden building there now and replace that.
If you look, do
But
you
it
have this
could.
sheet, Chris?
So again, I'm
Do
sorry.
you have this, you got the copy of
Yeah,
this,
yeah, I do,
right?
I just copied off of that, but that, okay, so,
Number 5 is not a building, it is the project, utility project, at 12 million.
there we go. Any other corrections on that?
No. Traffic study, communications through traffic study is the bucket list.
Yeah,
So
1 through 8.
1 through 8. Now, I'm gonna add one more to that. I don't think anyone can disagree with me.
Give the ovens up?
And, and this conversation may take a few minutes, but I don't think we have a traffic problem here on Beach Mountain, especially on Martin Luther King weekend.
What problem do we have then?
Nobody's gonna disagree with me? So, obviously, we do have a traffic issue on Beach Mountain. And it's a complex issue. And you guys are gonna look at me with 3 eyes when I say this, but in the original plan, probably in, I don't know, 68, 71 or something, and I didn't realize this until after I had made this comment. And one of the residents that was here during that tenure said, you know, this was an idea that we had back in 71 or something, and that is, the issue with our traffic isn't parking when people get up here, it's the amount of traffic that's coming up Beach Mountain, and then, yes, where they're gonna park. Chief Putney just told me, or told us, I don't know if you guys heard it, that there's only about 1,800 parking spots available on Beach Mountain. I think that this is a long-term goal. It may not ever be during my tenure, but I think we need to look at transportation. We need to look at, so my item for 15 is public transportation. And I'd like to see a study done with a potential gondola from somewhere in Bannerell up to Beach Mountain. And that would eliminate all the traffic coming up Beach Mountain Parkway. There would have to be, obviously, a study done, and I mentioned this last year, and Chief Putty and I talked about having Doppelmayr come up here. It's, all the ski resorts, a lot of the ski resorts out west have it. If you go to Gatlinburg, they have a gondola. And I'd like to see us reach out to maybe Doppelmayr, and they come up here and do a study and provide a topo, and where would be the path of least resistance to have this gondola. And you would have X amount of cars, and I think you can get between 40 and 60 people per car, per gondola. But we'd have to obviously have to have a place down in Bannerel for them to park, and possible transportation from the place in Bannerel to wherever the gondola is. And then again, have Doppelmayr or whomever provide a study, and where can we potentially put this mode of transportation that would significantly reduce the amount of traffic coming up Beach Mountain, and it would improve the quality of life of our residents, and it would give our customers a better experience when they come to Beach Mountain. I mean, I think it can be done. Whether we can financially afford it or not may be a different story, but we'd have to do a cost-benefit analysis on it. So that's long-term. Short-term, I think we need to have, and I'm just, I'm thinking out loud, talking out loud, is if we could have a facility in Bannerel where we could have public parking, and we encourage our customer base to take the buses from Bannerel up to Beach Mountain to eliminate all the traffic that we have. And I spoke to Ryan yesterday, Ryan Costin, General Manager of the ski resort, and he said if the town would have some type of public transportation to reduce the bottleneck, what he would be willing to do is to have a bus stop where the public transportation, they drop you off at the resort, and there would be a legitimate bus stop, like what you see at the airport, the little small places where the buses pick you up, but obviously it would be on a much larger scale. And he would invest in that for the guests to be dropped off at, and then for the guests to be picked up, they would be out, he would take them from outside the element to, a warmer facility. So I like to see us have a really in-depth evaluation of our transportation, because, part of me says that this is only for, 4 or 5 weekends out of the year, and we have to deal with it, and we know where we live, we know what is going to be dealt to us. I mean, personally, I'll go from my house to the resort, but on Saturdays and Sundays, I won't go past the resort. It's not worth it. It's not worth, who wants to sit in traffic for an hour and a half, 2 hours?
Well, the issue we had this past weekend is when we got a page out for the fire department to go on that gas leak, driving the trucks through the traffic, and there's people that don't, even with their lights on and everything, they're pulling out in front of you and doing things like that. We're big trucks, we can't
Who
squeeze
was
by.
driving the truck?
I was driving one of those.
So let me just say,
Yeah.
if Chief Buddy would have been driving the truck, there'd have been a dent in the back of the vehicle.
I didn't want to get the Driver of the Year award, so I'm trying to avoid that. So.
Here's my 2 cents on all this. That would be fantastic. But the thing is, I can't see spending the money to do that for 5 to 10 days a year. I know Martin Luther King weekend, I'm gonna watch football. I ain't gonna get out of the house. But I also know how to get around. The other day, man, I came down, went Wedling Way, went down Wedling Way, I went up the Parkway onto Tamarack, took Tamarack around and came around that way. It was fine, but I know that. So I can't see spending that kind of money.
How much money is it
Oh, you're talking millions of dollars.
for a study?
Well, not for a study. The study's gonna be,
Let's get some numbers.
well, we got a traffic study here, so.
No, let's get some numbers on if Chief, do we have it? At one time, I think we reached out a year or two ago, Doppelmayr was gonna come up here and do a topo study, were they not?
No, they agreed to come up, never did.
So, I mean, it got, somehow or another, it got lost in the, it got lost, it got shoved down.
I think what would be a big benefit would be a shuttle up on Beach Mountain.
Yeah.
You know, during the summer as well as the winter, to start shuttling people over to the resort from the parking lot, from Pinnacle, from.
Short term, yes, and I think that, whether this is contracted out through private enterprise, I think this is a direct correlation of TDA,
Yep.
and TDA needs to, foot, most, if not all of this bill. But I go back to the gondola, I think that'd be really, really cool. I mean, is it worth the expense? I don't know, we just have to do a cost benefit analysis.
I think the
I'd like to
original
get it.
was from the airport up to.
It was.
the top.
I would just like to get a general idea of how much this would cost. Would that be possible?
Yeah,
Anything's possible.
well, anything, you can do anything you want. Well, the problem is we don't own any land. We don't have any control of any land. So we don't know right off the bat what the route could be. So, you know, we can price out a lift, but that's a minuscule piece. My thought on this was, and what we were planning to do, is we added the gondola to the RFP for the traffic study. And we asked the traffic study to look at everything and come up with solutions. We weren't able to get that done because of the storm, and we're gonna have to, as we talked about, we're gonna have to redo it, next winter. We can do that earlier, but I don't know that you'll get the result you want if it's not done during the winter. You know, you can bring a traffic engineer and they can charge us to do a study in, July, and it isn't gonna work. We need people here to see it in the wintertime. And I think we need a traffic study to say, this is your problem. We pretty much know what it is. We need somebody to give us solutions, and we did add the gondola to that RFP. We wanted them to look at that.
So the path of least resistance, because there would have to be, I mean, this is, like I said, this project may not ever come to fruition during my tenure. Definitely not Art's tenure. But the path of least resistance is from somewhere around the Elk Park Airport up to 5506. Then that creates another bottleneck of, you're gonna have to have transportation from 5506 down to the resort.
Skis.
That's where, yeah, skis. But that appears to be when I say the path of least resistance, that where we're not gonna be going through or above people's homes. It's mostly wooded area. And, would we be able to get some type of easement to pursue this project? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I like to do some fact finding.
I guess my concern, Mayor, is that we all have good ideas, but no one's putting them together collectively. We're taking a shot, my idea, your idea, everybody's idea. We need somebody to take a look at this globally. The problem isn't Beach Mountain. You can't drive through Banner Elk. 105 was blocked. I don't know about Boone, but I know that 105, Tyne Castle, Sugar Mountain was all blocked. So it's not I don't think we have a single solution. I think we should look at everything that's possible. A gondola, people said, well, that's pie in the sky. Not really. And it may be part of the solution. And it may be more parking or we joked this morning about, we need to make a parking deck over here now instead of the parking lot. At some point, we need a comprehensive plan that looks at it regionally, I guess, maybe not regionally, but, at least coming up the mountain. And I thought that's what the traffic study would do. We can cost out a lift. I mean, I can get prices on the lift. It's the land, it's the parking, it's the unknown that we can't quantify.
Sure, I understand that. There's a lot of moving parts, but we gotta first establish a baseline. And we have.
But who's to say that the gondola is the solution? Maybe throw out a number, maybe those dollars for the gondola are better spent elsewhere,
Could be.
making the parkway bigger, or putting another road into the back of the mountain. I don't know.
Busing from Banner Elk, consider.
I don't know.
Yeah, and it's
I
something.
mean, could be, so I mean, that's just, well, I had two suggestions, busing from Mount Arrow and gondola. Gondola is long-term, and the buses are short-term. And keep in mind, the gondola is not just for the 5 busiest weekends that we have up here. That could be, I'm not gonna say year-round, but it could be 10 months out of the year, and it would be a revenue stream for someone. I just would like for us to put some numbers together along with the traffic study.
Okay.
I mean, that would be,
I mean, the gondola is in the traffic study, right?
Yeah, we specifically put that in there for
Yeah.
them to consider that.
let's not leave, I mean, this issue isn't going away. And when I was speaking to Chief Buddy about it yesterday, I said, I hate to bring this up because when I think I have a good idea, he tells me it's a bad idea.
I did not.
So many words.
No.
I embellished that a little bit. But, I think we don't need to leave any stones unturned. We need to look at all of our options, short-term, long-term, because this problem isn't going away. And I say this gingerly, I hope the problem gets worse. It's a testament on what Beach Mountain is doing
It's
in the
not
town.
it's not a bad thing.
And it's not. It's a good problem to have. And it's a testament on the money that the owners of the businesses on Beach Mountain are willing to reinvest in our community. And I think we need to look at it from, the positive financial impact, even though it's an inconvenience to a lot of people, whether you're a resident or you're a visitor. It's an inconvenience to a lot of people that try to maneuver the mountain on the weekends. But it's a strong financial, economical impact to our community. And I think we need to look at it from a financial standpoint.
Well, don't forget, in October, we held a meeting here of the business community and the STRs because we were concerned that there wouldn't be anybody here for the wintertime. So in late October, we held that meeting to plan with our business community what the plan was in case no one showed up. Well, that didn't happen. They showed up. That's a good thing.
I think there was one guy that argued with the town manager that he was gonna be pleasantly surprised that.
It was you. It was you.
Oh, okay. That we were going to be overwhelmed
Yeah.
with visitors.
You were right, Mayor. But however, I needed
Sorry, I
to,
gotta get.
but
That was on camera.
you were right,
Does that need to be?
but I needed to plan for, in case you weren't.
So, when I was in Utah last year, and I think I mentioned this a time or two, we were sitting in, it reminded me of Beach Mountain Parkway. We started at the bottom of the mountain. It took us about an hour and 20 minutes to get to the top, to the ski resort. And it was, 2-lane road, just like Beach Mountain Parkway. We sat in traffic for an hour and 20 minutes. We got to the entrance of the ski resort, and they said, all lots are full. So then we had to turn around. And when we saw cars coming back down the mountain like 45 minutes into it, I was telling our driver, I'm like, we need to turn around. These cars aren't leaving the resort. They're not leaving after skiing. They're leaving because the lots are full.
Did you drive by the sign that they had that
Saying
said
lots are
"Turn
full"?
lots are full?
So I give,
Like everybody does?
Everybody else.
I give Beach Mountain credit. Beach Mountain does a better job than what this major ski resort in Utah, because there were no signs, none at all. They didn't have, the only thing they were doing was there were cars that were parked alongside the road, tow trucks were, and they had signs, no parking, and people disregarded them, and they were towing vehicles. So, I mean, I say podunk, I say that generally and respectfully, but, little old Beach Mountain, and this ski resort is 10 times the size of Beach Mountain Resort. And their issues, I mean, they didn't manage their situation anywhere as good as what Beach Mountain has. So, you know, hats off to our town manager, our fire department, and Public Works, but this is an issue that needs to be addressed.
How many cars were towed last week?
I think a dozen.
12.
Was that it?
I think so. I think there's one still there.
Yes, I know there's one going up the road up to the ski lot, the Beach Mountain Club ski lot.
I think that one's still in compound.
I think it's still on the road.
No, it's
Oh, they
not.
finally moved it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we impounded it.
Yeah, good.
So, just to kind of summarize my long-winded dissertation on this. So this traffic study will have a gondola that will be included?
We asked them to include that.
Okay.
In reference to the traffic study, I mean, I assume they're also gonna look at summer traffic, correct?
We didn't ask that specifically.
All right, so we're just looking at the winter traffic.
Yep.
I know those 1 weekends, or 5 weekends.
So you look at the summer concert series
Yeah.
that the resort has. What more perfect way to come to the concert than to take a gondola to the top? And/or, you know, I mean, the same concept with buses. Have, when you try to get out of the resort after a concert, you're gonna sit in line for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Well, Talia told me she's doing for one of the concerts, I forget, they are gonna park at Lee's McCray and bus up.
I mean, is that accurate, Stanford? Hour and a half to get out?
Probably
Yeah.
accurate. I mean, from a concert,
Yeah.
Yeah, because everybody lets out at the same time.
yeah, because it's pretty much concerts over, everybody leaves at the same time.
I think this is gonna, if we can come up with a plan with transportation starting from Beach Mountain up, it's gonna eliminate a lot of congestion.
I think we just need to open the road in front of your house. And let the people come in
That
that
would
way.
help. That would help.
Well, it would, but it's private, so we can't.
Well, just remember that we can add all the buses we want to the parkway. If the parkway's blocked, they're just like our
Somebody
snow
else.
truck, our snow plows. And until they can park and get out of the car and into a bus, buses aren't gonna work.
So, you know, it may not work as well the first year, but I think that, you know, with the advertising, I mean, that's a good point. We've got to get the word out. I think that TDA needs to get the word out.
Where do they park to get in the bus?
I don't know.
But that's the issue.
It's going to be, but yes. But until we exhaust all resources and we reach out to Banner Elk, to whomever, either a private landowner that wants to lease some land or maybe sell some land, or if there's a public place in Banner Elk.
Go by the airport down there.
I'm gonna say this, you know, and I'm saying this out loud, don't have any facts to support it, but what if we were able to use old Banner Elk School and that was designated for Beach Mountain? I don't know, but we will never know until we do some fact finding.
Well, no, I don't disagree, and all the ideas are good ideas, but which ones do we follow? Do you see what I'm saying? We all have good ideas, but no one's putting them together into a plan. That's what the traffic study was to do.
Okay.
Hire a consultant to look
Yep.
at all these things and say, these are the options you can do, because there isn't a single solution. With 8,000 cars coming up to Beach Mountain, there were far more cars in, Banner Elk, if only 8,000 came up the mountain, and there are more cars near Sugar Mountain. We could spend a lot of time tracking down an idea and it not be a solution to the problem.
Well,
And spend a lot of money.
I mean, the traffic from, it's called Sugar, up over the mountain, down to Tynecastle and 105, both directions, that was a zoo too. I
Yeah.
mean, so people had to get through that to get into this traffic. So, it's more than just our problem.
It's a community problem.
And personally, I don't think if there was a single solution, we would have done it.
Yeah.
Riley?
I'm just thinking outside the box. Why don't you stop them in Boone and have them come up 321, have a staging area there? Then you're taking that traffic and not 105 and everything else. Get them, say this is a quicker way to get to the slopes, have them come from Boone, all that area, do your traffic study and figure that area, is that where most of your traffic is coming from? And bring it in from Boone the back way,
So I mean, that's a
and
different,
bus them in that way.
that's a, you know, another viable option. And we need to put all these options down.
We need a plan.
We need a plan.
Mhm.
So maybe the traffic study will be,
It's a good start.
it'll be a good start. And we have another conversation until we can start connecting the dots. But until we do something rather than doing nothing, and I'm not saying we're not doing anything, but, and/or, you know, and I said this to Chief Budden more than once, we just let whatever happens, happens. And we, as residents that live up here, know that these weekends are gonna be what they are. But I go back to the quality of life of our residents here on Beach Mountain. And, you know, as town council, if we can do better, we need to try to come up with a plan. And if it doesn't work, we figure out why it doesn't work, and if it's not feasible, then we stay status quo. But we gotta have a starting point.
Excuse me, I put traffic study again at the top of that, that's when we left off at 8, because all of that's all part of the traffic study. Have I captured enough of that there to where if that's an item that you choose, that you'll understand what we're talking about?
Sure.
Because it's much more than public transportation and shuttle, all of that. And I'll add to it, my daughter has to drop off and pick up her kids at the school every day. And she plans her trip to do that around the ski traffic. Because if she gets there late, ski traffic combined with school traffic, so it's more of a Beach Mountain problem. It's community-wide. And that means that getting people to help pay for the study, maybe let them share some of the costs. Because the school issue is a really big deal. Elementary school kids waiting for their parents start freaking out, so.
Well, when you look at, I mean, Beach Mountain today isn't what it was 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember 10 years ago, people were like, you know, why don't we have more skiers that come to Beach Mountain Resort?
Yeah.
Why don't we have more people that come to Beach Mountain to visit? And, you know, now we've done a complete 180 and people say, well, the mountain's too far. You know, we can't have it both ways. But I think I know that the resort is going to continue to make reinvestments and
Make it better.
And there's a lot of projects that are upcoming that is going to continue to keep this mountain full. I think next year, I'll go ahead and say it, next year is going to be a banner year. Following year, provided that, you know, it's weather related, it's not people related. I still think people will come to Beach Mountain whether they can ski or not.
When we get the weather, that just complicates it.
It does.
When they hear the word snow.
But, all right, I think I beat a dead horse. Do you want me to repeat all that so you got it on the?
Well, I want to say one clarifying thing for me, and so when we look at item 8 up there was focused on, and we want to carry that over because we couldn't do it, was focused on the winter and, you know, get out of the weeds of do they come by horse or bicycle or whatever, gondola. And it's not a traffic study, it's a transportation study, right? In a way it's a traffic study, in a way it's a transportation study, so it's two things. Do we need to implement something that we start looking at July 1 through June 30th of a study that basically is going to look at 12 months worth of data to tell us what are the things we need to do? Maybe it's you only implement, you know, public transportation model in the wintertime because you don't need it in the summertime. What as a town, what are we looking at for us? And then I think regionally, when you start talking, you start going to the cog, right, with what is, you know, is the solution that Sugar Mountain needs to be 6-lane right in front of their resort, so they have dedicated lanes like going into Carowinds that put you into the toll plaza to get to Sugar Mountain. That would relieve the congestion there, that would get it to us, and then maybe the same problem. I think it's a traffic/transportation study of recommendations. And if that's what 8 is, and we're moving it to 15, then we need to cross 8 off that bucket list up there and put it down here for
That's
consideration.
why I wrote that there on talking way.
We have participated in the RPO's planning process, and things like that get added. I put on there the Parkway, smoothing it, straightening out some of the turns and put more 3 lanes in. And so we have participated in that. I haven't seen any results.
Right.
Does your person on the cog board from Beach Mountain, do they have any traction trying to?
Little Kelly sits on the cog.
Yeah, I sit on there.
Yeah,
It hasn't really been brought up, so
yeah.
I can next meeting.
That's one of those squeaky wheel things, and every cog does it differently. I know my cog down in Wilmington, RPO became one of the biggest. In fact, we took over the DOT prioritization for the region, and that gave a lot more of, and DOT readily accepted what the RPO came up with and with the funding. But it took participation from the elected officials, both at the local and the state level, to push DOT to do it. Because DOT sort of had a problem with anybody doing planning with them at one point, and so there was a disconnect. When they started meshing together, it became a much more effective thing. So that was why I asked, because I was just curious if your RPO was very effective. I don't know.
Part of the problem is that section of the project resides in Avery County.
Yeah.
And the Avery County hierarchy is not interested in transportation.
And then you got Boone, which is.
If it was the Watauga side,
Yeah.
they're much more active. Don't you find that in the cog?
Yeah.
Just for my ignorance, RPO is,
Rural Planning
thank
Organization.
you.
And what is left out of there is traffic. But that's what-
Councilman here said it was run, pass, option.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, another benefit to this is that other communities, and I'll give our town manager and this council credit making this comment, is that a lot of the surrounding communities, they've been paying attention the past 3 to 5 years of what our town is doing.
Oh, yeah.
And we haven't been sitting idle. We're not stuck in the mud. And, you know, hats off to our council and our town manager and everyone that's involved in this process. As I mentioned, other communities are watching us, like, you know, Widener.
That list right there, that's not stuck in the mud right there.
That's right. And other communities are paying attention. And when I go to some of these community events, they're like, Widener, that was a great idea that you guys had on this. We heard about you doing that, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that if we can start a conversation with our transportation, that it's going to benefit Sugar and it'll benefit Appalachia.
Yeah.
And maybe we can have a meeting of the minds and we can work with other communities and see how can we devise a plan that's going to benefit all. I mean, it's going to, if something like this comes to fruition, what we're doing, it'll be a benefit to them.
It starts with the planning, I think that's.
True.
Do you, we had planned to do this over the winter, but with your comments, do you want to speed that up and make it summer?
Whatever the council wants to do.
What do you guys, because right now, we had planned to wait until, you know, engage them, but they would be on site in November, but do you want them here in
I
the
think
summer?
I think you've got to look at a 12-month plan, right? Because the needs of the summer are much different from the winter needs. And so that they can paint a full picture of this is what we think and what we see. I think you got to do a 12-month study.
I mean, didn't you have some numbers, 4th of July weekend of 10,000 cars and all that? I mean, so that kind of, it's got to move into each other.
I mean, you look at,
Well, I can move it up, I mean,
yeah, I think we
it's
need.
wide open right now.
I think we need, I don't say balance, but we need a full picture.
A 12-month study,
I
it's a
agree.
12-month year.
You know, case in point, and Art, you know, I mean, this past summer,
We'll start at July 1st.
golf course was full. You couldn't get a tee time on Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay, that
But,
was a good comment, and I want to make sure that's what you wanted me to do.
Yeah.
We'll start at July 1st.
and I think as Beach Mountain continues to grow, as the resort continues to grow, we're gonna see more and more traffic in the summertime. And that goes to your point, that the more information we have, we're gonna be able to come up with a
Better plan,
better plan.
better option.
Because,
And quite frankly, the public transportation piece probably works better in non-winter times anyways. It's really hard to get people going skiing to get out of their car unless they're gonna
Go skiing.
go skiing.
Yeah.
so let's say hypothetically, Stanford, that if they're, with the cars that come, that park at Beach Mountain Resort, on the average, 2 people per vehicle?
Probably on average, yeah. Because I tell you, during the week, there's a lot of groups of 12 people that come up in 12 separate cars. So it's just amazing. And they all meet up, they all park together and meet up together in the parking lot, and then they come in.
Well, when I was at the resort yesterday, I noticed that there was probably 8 or 10 people, and they were all parked together. And I don't know, I just happened to go through the parking lot when they were getting out of the cars, and the car was stopped in front of me, so I sat there for about 20 seconds, and then they were all congregating.
Yeah, well, and I say that because a lot of times we'll have folks that are injured, and it's like, well, who are you here with? Well, I'm here with a group, but I drove myself. And then you have to get somebody from the group to come get them, to take them, to get evaluated at the hospital and bring them back, and can I leave my car here? Yeah, whatever, you know.
Any other comments? All right.
You got your 5 items that you were gonna be thinking about. Anything that's not up here, what needs to be put on there with somebody's project that's not included in here?
Well, we've always done 5 items, and
It is 8.
I think we did 5 last year,
Right?
5 the year before.
You don't have to have 5. If you want to have 10, you can.
I
The
think-
whole idea is to prioritize so you can get done as most important thing.
You don't have any paving on there. Do you want
Well,
any new paving
I mean,
next year?
what I would like to bring up is the discussion of the Beach Mountain Parkway to Eagles Nest, and whether that should be included in next year's budget. Or do we gotta go back to the,
TDA.
the TDA, and/or do we have to have another public, workshop, or whatever it's called, you know?
You
There's
don't
a lot
have,
of-
you don't have to. You can do what you want, but you don't have to.
There's a lot of folks that come here from, and I've spoken with, and I'm sure you have too, I've spoken to a lot of folks that come here from Eagles Nest, and it is a lot.
I checked for, because this meeting was out, there's 86 people, homeowners in Eagles Nest that are members of the club.
And the bulk of the folks also come here in the wintertime and they ski.
They rent over there all the time.
And I think that, I mentioned this maybe 3 or 4 months ago, and I asked Chief Putney to take this to TDA, and it got shot down. That road needs to be paved, and TDA needs to pay for it. So you have half the road from where the stop sign is off, like where Pinnacle is. You have half the road that's paved, and then you got half that's not paved,
And then you have more pavement.
and then you got more pavement. I mean, that's gotta be a nightmare with, I mean, look at the.
Just in maintenance.
And
Well, we don't maintain the second piece.
But
That's outside.
you salt the front piece, then you gotta sand the next piece, and, you know.
I mean, what do you think, so the part that is gravel, you spend $100,000 a year on maintaining it,
Probably not that much,
but close?
50.
50?
but, yeah.
So, I mean, you look at, if we,
Look what we're spending right now to fix the hole.
so, let's use 50,000, let's say, I don't know, well, is 50 pretty accurate?
No, I'm shooting from the hip.
All right, well, let's say 75.
If you're gonna shoot from the
Because I
hip.
think-
Even at 50, it's 6 years to pave it.
And so you look at how, and more importantly, you look at how short-staffed we are with everything that's gotta be done in the winter. So rather than, and/or summer, and all these projects that need to be done, why are we spending resources every year on Beach Mountain Parkway when we could pave it, be done with it, and use these resources elsewhere on other projects?
I mean, That's, on my wish list is that paving of that
I,
section.
I agree. Beach Mountain Parkway needs to be paved.
So the Beach Mountain Parkway,
The missing link,
Missing
Just
link,
put
yeah.
extension EXT, Parkway extension paving. Now, what about any other new paving? Gravel roads to paving?
so the Parkway extension pavement?
Yeah,
or-
paving.
Okay.
So we had a schedule last year and the year before. And my opinion is that we stay on, unless something has changed. And I think Greenbrier was, I mean, so
That's budgeted.
that's, Greenbrier, the example of Greenbrier and the continual, preventive maintenance that we do on that road, it was a no-brainer to pave it. So
Correct.
the same example with, Beach Mountain Parkway. I don't know, I don't think it's as
I
severe.
mean, we had 1.2 million in the budget for 24-25. Have we spent that?
Let's,
So we're in the I mean, if Greenbrier's in that 1.2,
Yes,
right?
yes. By June 30th, that paving budget will be spent.
so what roads, whatever roads didn't get paved last year, there's a reason that we had those roads on our list, and you had them, you brought them to us.
Well, there's two kinds of paving. There's resurfacing, which
Is
we
a
had
Band-Aid.
planned to resurface North Pinnacle that in this coming year. Do you want to do that? And do you want any new gravel roads paved? That's the big difference, because you're taking a gravel road and turning it into a paved road. So I've got the Parkway. I would prefer you don't give me names of
Yeah.
roads, just do you want to do any new paving or do you want to maintain?
Well, and resurfacing, and I brought this up last year. I mean, from Pine Ridge, on Beach Mountain Parkway, from Pine Ridge to Beach Mountain Parkway Extension, that's the worst road in the town that needs repaving. I put that on my wish list. I mean, I drive it 10 times a day, so I don't want it to appear,
Do you go up North Pinnacle?
yeah.
That's
true.
bad.
No, I got a job
That
up there right
pavement's
now.
failed. up
Yeah,
there.
that's exactly.
That's gotta be resurfaced.
Let's keep, whatever we had on our list last year and the year before, whatever hasn't been completed, let's keep that on our
It's
list,
close to $1 million.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I needed to know that because.
well, we have 1.2 in last year's budget. I think we should have the same in the next
And,
budget.
add Slopeside Road to that list, please.
So just an aside, because you didn't ask me, but we put the millings down on Staghorn.
Yeah, how's that going?
And the winter proved it to be very, very effective. It's packed well, we can scrape it.
It doesn't come up when scraping.
It seems to be very good. So that may be an option. Millings are not cheap, but if we're going to do any milling, we'll put it on a gravel road. But there is an option to purchase millings and put them down. So
Yeah, but
if you recall, we put it in the summer. We want to see how it was in the wintertime. The report I get is it's fine. So that's an option for a less traveled gravel road that we want to assist.
I mean, my opinion on that is the difference between buying millings and putting them down versus paving. I don't know how much difference it could be, maybe 30, 40%,
It's probably 50%.
50%, you know.
Is there abundance of millings now that's for sale?
Well, yeah. You
It's
go
a
down to
big pile
Vulcan.
down at Vulcan.
25,
They're not inexpensive. It's better when they're your own,
Yeah,
which is what we use.
how does it compare to gravel?
much better.
Much better, and what we found is it eliminates the dust.
We don't want the cost rise, we don't think
Oh.
about using gravel.
I don't know, but I can find out.
Yeah, not, okay, that's it. I
Gravel's-
see that big mound on it there.
Gravel's not cheap.
Maybe, yeah,
Gravel's getting more and more expensive.
So
Yeah.
you can salt millings, but you can't salt gravel.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we're not salting millings, but
Have you tried?
I don't know. But we're not because it's in the middle of a gravel road and it just is not feasible. But we're scraping it and we're sanding it and it works. So anyways, that's an option that we'll look at if millings become available. We'll start doing those on gravel roads that probably would never be paved. And that's a good option.
I think it's a great option.
So we've always had 5, and I think it'd be nice if we would have increased this from the first year you were here, Chris, and added 2 more each time, so we're up to like another 7 or 8. And we keep these 17 items on our bucket list.
Right.
And
I think what we have there from 1 through 8, 15 through 17, I think they need to be included in the budget.
Well, the cost
Make
of-
it easier.
Huh?
Not in the budget, but then for him to cost
Like
all
that,
this out.
hey,
Well, no, put it in the budget with the cost, whatever, and put it in the budget.
Yeah.
Does that make more sense?
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, so we stop at that line, and skip down to here, so, those numbers,
5 is not really a,
yeah, these numbers right here.
And 5's already done.
Disregard
5
them.
doesn't have a dollar amount.
Okay, so that's sort of a disregard, so from 7, we go over here to 8,
You're right.
9, 10, so you got the list of 10 things.
Why don't you take 5 out, because I got what I needed. You already authorized it, and it
Well,
doesn't have a
If
budget in
we're
there.
ready to start prioritizing, we can go and.
Well, 5's already in the budget already, so
Okay,
that,
5's just a matter of when do we implement it.
okay.
Every item that's up there, Chris, is a priority.
yeah.
So,
There's
you know,
nothing
I
wrong
don't
with that.
speak for council.
It's sort of a, which needs to be born first, so, that's why we'll prioritize. If you can't do all of them at one time, you gotta start somewhere, so that's why we do the prioritizing. But if you're satisfied that you got everything on the list now,
I mean, I'd like to discuss the Katz property. I mean, I think I brought this to you the last time it was for sale. I mean, I think that would, if money wasn't the object, which now that we have a disaster and all that, money is the object. But I think that, if that was ever included in a town property, that would be a big plus to the town. One, it prevents some monstrosity or some other kind of building, multifamily or whatever. It's how many people you stop at that overlook right now. Sometimes there's not enough parking for the people who are stopping and looking. I just think it's the best piece of property in the town as far as for the public. I'm not in favor of spending $4 million to buy it, because then you gotta spend another $2 million to make it what you want.
I'd like to have, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I'll say it, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd like to have in our next council meeting, a closed session meeting concerning cats.
Will you do that?
You guys can do anything you want.
Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah?
Sure.
MS? All right, chief, if you could, we can make that happen for our next
That'll
council
be
meeting.
an attorney-client privilege meeting,
Yes.
reference land acquisition.
Yes, sir.
Is what it'll be advertised at.
Okay,
Emily's got that. What, you may not want to discuss it here, but what would you like me to bring to that meeting? Or do you just
Nothing.
want to have a discussion?
discussion.
Okay.
You can bring 4.
He'll be there. He'll be there.
And-
But I didn't know if you wanted any
And
information.
an appetite. No, it'll be, well,
Yeah, I
my
think so.
part will be short.
So that'd be February 11th.
Yes, sir.
Emily will have it on the agenda.
Okay.
I'm just gonna reiterate again, and I know I'm beating a dead horse on it, but think about sidewalks, because it's really, in the winter, it's starting to get pretty dangerous with a lot of people walking in the middle of the road.
And that's on the Beach Mountain Parkway, I remember you said it last year.
Yeah.
Resort.
I
Yeah,
just,
when you have
bring
on
it
your
up each
list,
time.
Beach Mountain Parkway expansion, that's what I was thinking, sidewalks. Then you mentioned 3 lanes, I said, yeah, that'd be too good too, but.
Or the sidewalks, I know we've mentioned that for a number of years, Kelly has, but, I mean, that's just not feasible because of the right of way.
We don't have the right of way, but the TDA, some years ago, funded a fork trail. It goes up, behind the hotels from the bus stop, you call it. And then there's one that goes down to Wegling Way and Skiway Circle, and you take pavement around. That was their option, that they funded that. And there's a missing piece because we don't own the land.
Right.
And TDA was asked to purchase that land, and that didn't
Right,
come to
so it just
fruition.
stops.
So we have that break in the middle. It still doesn't, you see the people walking from the old Alpine, the employees to Fred's, they're
Yeah.
gonna walk on the pavement. They're not gonna walk down that trail.
I
But
agree.
that's, that was the solution, if you will, that the TDA funded.
So would they have not, so there's the missing piece that's in the middle,
It's at the beginning.
at the beginning,
Yeah, it's right, just past Christie Way,
right?
on the left-hand side of the parkway going down. There's a creek and a piece of property. And we needed an easement, they wouldn't give it to us, and TDA was asked to purchase the property, and it wasn't approved.
I mean, is DOT a hard no in their rules for sidewalks as far as,
Well, no, but there is no right-of-way. We asked for, they have bike lanes.
right?
But for whatever reason, the parkway there by the hotels, there is no additional right-of-way. There's pavement on both sides of the, up to.
So the right of way is the pavement?
Yeah, it's private property to the right.
Yeah,
We met with Fred Barth
right.
and talked about, he's got that rock wall and everything. And we actually own on the downhill side. And so we had talked to Jeff Scott at one time, had designed a wooden walkway.
Right, I remember
along
that,
there. And it was okay for those couple of lots that were vacant until we got to the houses that butt up against the parkway before Skiway. And there was no movement there. So that's what brought the TDA, after many years, to the Fork Trail.
Right. I personally think that the Fork Trail sounds nice, but people aren't gonna use it.
They'll hike on it, but they're not
Yeah,
gonna go
they're
to
not-
Fred's.
They're gonna walk on
Right.
the street.
Yeah, they're gonna walk on the pavement.
So what was, under the opportunities, DOT widened the parkway, what was that?
Up the front.
Try to get some tree lane areas and,
And that was part of the RPO discussion that I was involved in, is smoothing out, straightening out some of the real sharp switchbacks and adding more three-lane. More capacity to get vehicles up in front of the mountain.
Okay,
Because we continuously, as you all know, have the front of the mountain blocked with accidents. And you all should know, that's not the town's responsibility. However, the Highway Patrol and Avery County Sheriffs will not respond. So we either respond or traffic never gets opened up, so we take care of it.
just another comment, I think DOT with having the trucks stationed here has been a plus, a
It
big
has,
plus.
yep.
And, I think,
It-
good step forward,
That is part of that,
yeah.
comprehensive plan and ideas to make things better. It
Yeah.
has made it a big improvement.
Yeah,
That didn't solve everything, and
No.
I don't know that we ever will, but,
do they have accommodations when they're here?
you mean like bathrooms, right? They use Public Works and they come here. And I know they go to Jimmy's. I see them over there.
and I think they're 12-hour shifts, aren't they?
They do.
Chief, on the Kennedy's sidewalks, is that something you guys can integrate with the commercial corridor and challenge those people? that
Sure.
say,
Yeah,
Yeah,
figure out something?
yeah.
The other idea that, again, I'm just gonna bring it up again, is a crosswalk from Brick over to Shawnee Hall. Because a lot of people are crossing that street in the
Yeah.
fog and stuff like, and it doesn't have to have a speed bump, just even one of those, you press the button and like they have in Boone.
So either we have to do that outside the DOT approval, because they won't approve it because of the curve, the sight distance that they have. And then we would run the risk after, we put it in, them telling us to take it out. That's the only option we have, is just do it.
Okay.
yeah.
What about the legalities if someone gets hit?
That's Ford's job. But no, I mean, we've talked about it, and that's the only option, is to just do it, and the risk is that we get a letter to take it out, and
Spent the
we
money.
spent the money.
Gotcha.
It will not meet the criteria for a crosswalk for DOT because of the sight distance on the curves.
Okay.
So, there was a discussion about an elevated crosswalk. That really, we didn't do anything with that. But the issue with the crosswalk and the light and the pedestrian crossing is, it doesn't meet the DOT
Gotcha.
standards.
But it's amazing how many people overflow parking, walk across, get on the slopes here instead of waiting for the buses and ski
Sure.
down.
Yeah.
It's a steady stream. People who have their own equipment already are doing that.
Well, that's what I mean. People are doing it. They're using it.
Yeah.
They're crossing. So if we want to do that, we would just have to do it and then run the risk of having it removed, which would be high because it's not a road that isn't visited by the DOT on a regular basis. And they would not permit it and probably cite liability issues and tell us to take it out.
So you're saying it's high probability they would require us to take it out?
Yeah. Well, obviously, they couldn't look the other way for very long.
Yeah.
They couldn't say they didn't know about it because they drive by there several times
Yeah.
a day. So I think the probability would be high.
But the people who drive by it every day are gonna say, oh, they got approval, that's nice. You know?
Yeah. We did make we've made the request twice, and that was the answer both times. The engineer division, I think they sent us a letter, said it did not meet the requirements.
Put big mirrors up.
Any others?
Well, before I leave that, the thought process was to put in, and we did this one year, some temporary, they weren't cones, they were like pedestrian signs, one in the middle of the double line
Right.
and where the people would cross. And we did that one year, and I think it got hit and tore
Well, that
off.
was when we had this sledding hill over here.
Yeah, so that option is there, but again, the town would assume all the liability, and it certainly couldn't be anything permanent. But that's something we could revisit if you wanted to do that.
One of the best things we did was moving the sledding hill over there. I mean,
Yeah.
that place was so packed this past weekend, and,
It's a tremendous draw.
yeah, tremendous draw.
That's a regional thing that
Oh, yeah.
everybody talks about.
Yeah. I don't know how many calls you had for injuries.
Oh, it's much safer than the old hill.
Uh,
The old hill, we used to just stage.
Stay there.
We call it Hamburger Hill.
This one is much safer, and usually it's only when we have an icing condition. Almost always it's when adults are sledding
Yeah.
and not 12-year-olds.
It's when the adult plows into a 2-year-old.
But you do have landing areas.
But it is much safer.
And it's a big attraction, and with
Oh, it's a huge
And
attraction.
with the parking lot there and everything.
Parking
Even though-
lot does
Even
well.
though they do park in the overflow parking and go across the fence, which is,
Yeah.
yeah. Everything's not perfect.
We're gonna sit on 13 and we're gonna drive over 14.
Anybody else got on?
It's lunch here.
Or we got enough up here that you wanna
Yeah,
start prioritizing.
Yeah.
Subway did very bad, but it's here.
Oh, well, lunch is here if you guys want to eat, or do you want to prioritize and eat and get out of here, whatever you want.
Say, well, let me recommend this. I don't think there is gonna be any more. Why don't you, write down the number of the 5 most important things that are up there, and do that while you're eating, and then when we're done eating, you'll be ready to.
I got no problem continuing discussions while we eat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my opinion, is that, there's too much that needs to be done here, and I will be challenged to give you 5. I think we need
them all.
We need them all.
Yeah.
Well, could you rank them? All of them?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to have to have some prioritization. I know.
And also, there's something that can be combined up there.
Well, you know, the other discussion we need to have is what do we feel as a council of where the millage rate is, and do we want to increase it, decrease it, or keep it the same, or, you know, what's the opinion in that? We can have that over lunch.
So, in saying that, I would be challenged to give you 5 items up there that, to prioritizing it. Every one of these items are, I think, critical for the
Well,
next step.
It's one of those,
Beach Mountain.
if the house is on fire, you can only grab so much stock. So what are that's how I would prioritize it. Everything up there is important, it's all gonna be on the list. But what are the top 5 things that you really need to get to first out of that whole list?
I'd almost say, all right, we got 13 items, just prioritize those 13. Here's 1
Well-
through 13.
Can we not get a cost on the items that we have listed up here?
Eventually.
I mean, rather than have 5, let's have 13.
You can have as many as you want,
Yeah,
but I need to know how you want them in the budget. And eventually, I would think you're gonna have to cut something. And you're gonna wanna know where that's gonna be.
Correct, but we need to know what the costs are.
But that comes in
That's
usually
next
March,
Thursday.
April.
so.
That's the
so
next
maybe
meeting.
During the budget process, you do that.
This is a visioning, prioritization. Where do you want to take the town? So what's important? And these are all fine for me. If you would just rank them 1 through 13, that's fine too.
All right, I mean, in my opinion, as long as we can get 1 through 13 ranked,
Yeah,
I mean, from a expenditure standpoint.
well, yeah, but, I mean, we go 1 through 13, then he comes back and says, okay, this is what it's gonna cost 1 through 13.
And then,
Then
how
you're gonna
does that
cut.
fit in the budget?
Yeah.
And again.
We may cut number 1. If it's too expensive, then we go with the other one, so.
Is,
Not cash flow.
my question, number 8, public transportation, that's already got some funds aimed at it, right?
Traffic study.
Yeah, the
Traffic study's already in the,
But I haven't.
Expanding it to 12 months.
Yeah, but I'll need to, it will need to be put in this budget because the funds were in the current budget we won't use. But let me think about that, because now that you want to start July 1st, I may be able to pay for it out of this budget. We already have it.
That's what I was wondering,
Yeah, we already. So you can make it a priority, but it would probably have no cost.
Yeah.
yes.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I didn't talk to Preston, but I
But a lot of
think
that
we've
is-
got it budgeted
You know,
now. I could pull the trigger now and have it start July 1st, and then you have no new expenditure.
See, that's this year.
25, 26.
Was that TDA funds?
Yeah.
yeah, 3 through.
Counters for TDA.
But you think strong that one of them should be on the list?
Well, Chief, I have a question for
Yeah.
you. So we didn't really talk about the stormwater improvements, former utility. So, what type of costs would be associated, because you'd say former utility first, right?
Yep.
And so, are we talking, is that expensive to do? I mean, I don't know.
No, I don't believe so. It's more of a policy decision
Okay.
because you're going to be taxing. So there's a process to form this utility. It would take a number of meetings, public hearings, and things like that, because you're going to be taxing to raise revenue for the public, for the stormwater utility.
Okay.
So that's more of a policy decision. There would be administrative costs, legal predominantly, advertising, but basically, you would not have any out-of-pocket expenses to speak of until you formed it, and then it would operate similar to the sanitation and the utility that we have now, the water and sewer. It would be a stormwater utility that would collect taxes for just that, improving the storm.
Is there an advantage or disadvantage, or why would you want to create a new utility to do that?
Well, the advantage is that you have an identified revenue source that is only used for
Identified.
stormwater. And by law, that's all you would be able to use it for, similar to like our sanitation.
Right.
So that would be a benefit, a designated, identifiable program. You know, these are what the taxes are, this is what it's going to raise, this is what we can spend. Much like any other utility that we have. That's the benefit. The downside is exactly the same.
Exactly. That's what it was.
But at this point, the town suffers from stormwater management townwide.
Yearly.
No matter where, what
Yeah.
road you go to, there's problems, and it's because it hasn't been installed and managed over 40 years. What's been put in has failed, it's rusted, it wasn't big enough, it's in the wrong place, and then we had a lot of building. So what was vacant property that stormwater just sheeted across, now people built there, and now the stormwater is on the next street in a much smaller, velocity pipe, and it's eroding the people's.
So this just can't be a public works line item.
Well, it is now.
Right.
I mean, culverts, we have, I think there was $120,000 last year in culverts. But that's not a identifiable source. We have a bigger problem than just replacing or upsizing culverts. We actually need to bring in an engineer that starts at the top and goes all the way down where all the little, creeks, and every time it rains,
Yeah,
there's a
12 inch
waterfall.
up there is 18 here, is 24
Right.
there.
And that would be the first thing I would do with the stormwater utility, is use those funds to bring in an engineer to give us a stormwater plan from the top of the mountain down to the bottom, and then figure out how we're gonna implement that. It would take years.
Yeah.
But we need to do something, because every decent rain, not just the storm.
No, there's no doubt.
We have complaints, we have washouts, we spend quite a bit of money fixing roads in the same place all the time. So, one of the options is a stormwater utility. Now, as you go through the process, you may determine you don't want to do that. You may have public hearings, and they say, we don't want to be taxed for that. That may be, but as an opportunity, I think a stormwater utility is appropriate for our town. We have a stormwater problem.
I mean, right, we have a stormwater problem, and it's just a way, how do we go about funding it
Right.
and managing it and all that?
Well, you don't have to do the utility, and you can continue doing it in the general fund. We're still paying for it out of taxes.
It's gonna be taxed.
And there's an
either way.
argument, pro and con for that. But to buy a stormwater utility, once you establish it, that's all it can be used for, and it's, more importantly, it's identifiable that this is the money we have to do this project.
Can we not combine, the Starlinks and the satellite phones?
Yeah, I think he's got
Just
communications.
put that as
Communications.
communications.
And actually,
Actually, that's,
don't even rank that. I mean, that's not a big expenditure.
that's $25,000, it's back.
All right.
Yeah.
Y'all wanna grab a sandwich, and Chris, grab a sandwich first?
Jimmy left because he went for a pizza.
And I'm gonna take that and rewrite it so it's easier to see, because we'll all scribble everything all over. By the time you finish it.
Why don't you grab a sandwich first?
Yeah. Go for it.
You go for it.
Oh, I don't want to go first.
Yeah, please go
Won't
first.
be anything like that.
Yeah.
Grab a sandwich first.
I don't do your thing, I don't do the bread with the.
Got a good memory.
I thought that was a smart idea to reduce the carbs, that's a.
Yeah, I saw
We
it.
didn't have to spend it.
Let's see if we can fund it for that.
Whatever you want to do.
I'd rather not see it unless eating on camera.
Riley, you on? Mics are on.
Okay, well, you got 13 items. That's not a big list, it's not like 20 or 30. You can make that your entire list, but it does help for budgeting purposes to try to indicate which of those are things that you, assuming that you might run out of money before you get to the bottom. And what are the things that must be done? Can you do any prioritization of that?
Well, I mean, you got the body cams and the communications, you know, that's gotta be done.
And that could be done as a line item, if that's not a capital type project.
Yeah.
That's so do you wanna remove those two as an understanding that that has to be done? And Bob would need to know that.
Yes.
In my opinion, yes.
So we're
Any objections?
we're getting closer to the, getting all 13 in.
And you can pull 7 off. It's funded, and because you want to do it 12 months, I'm going to pay it out of this budget.
So
So you can
circle
pull-
item 7,
You can take 7 out.
and then,
Now with the fuel system upgrade, that you've already researched fixing it and that's not an option, right?
No, the infrastructure doesn't meet the
Sorry.
environmental any longer. We've got to go with double wall tanks, and
You've had to go with double wall tanks for at least 20 years.
not if you have an operating system.
No, exactly.
Our trigger was, it failed and we
Right.
lost containment, so now we've got to
Right.
upgrade.
so this is the list that Chief Putney brought to us, and we're back to item 3, 4, and 5. And I'm not gonna speak for you guys, I'll speak for myself. That's a priority for him. He knows what our needs are, and I think number 3, 4, and 5 should be 1, 2, 3.
Or I was gonna pay, mine was 3, 4, 5 is 1. Yeah,
What, put that all under,
that's on
Lump it
one,
all together?
one thing, yeah.
okay.
Okay, so we're wanting to
I think it
combine
needs to be
3, 4,
costed
and
out.
5 and make it number 1.
Well, the salt building has been costed out, the fuel system's been guesstimated, and the storage building has been guesstimated, so.
Or are you saying that 3, 4, and 5 are gonna be just like this one? These
No,
are
no,
in the budget?
I mean, they need to be in the budget, and in my opinion, they're number 1 priority.
Oh, well, okay.
But you can't combine 3, 4, and 5 into one.
Why not?
You can do
You
whatever
can do whatever you want.
You can.
Well,
All right.
I mean, you can, and that's kind of going.
I mean, does anybody have objection? I mean, that's,
Well, that has to be done.
Yeah.
So I think that should be the highest priority, and then we start going down in priority.
exactly.
And I would, yeah, I'd do 3, 4, and 5 all together, and then I'd say priority 2 is to try and figure out a way to pave that extension.
Yeah, that's,
So is everybody in agreement that we're gonna take 3, 4, and 5 and make that priority number 1?
Yep,
yes.
yes.
Nobody
Michael?
opposed to that? Okay.
Somebody's got to.
No, I mean, I'm fine with it, I just think, I don't know lumping them together does any good.
I don't think, yeah.
I think it should literally be 1, 2, 3.
I do too.
Yeah, all right, that's,
So
that's
start
great.
with the fuel
1, 2,
system?
3.
Yes, the fuel system is I think
That's
that's the
number one.
priority.
Oh, number 1, yeah, I mean,
It certainly was in October.
Yeah.
I know about fuel now.
It
so.
still is.
Put 1, 2, 3.
So we're gonna do 1, 2, and 3.
And you guys
You got
change,
it.
and you guys change it if you
Get a
want.
messy looking board again, but no, that's,
Now,
No, I'm sorry, no, 3,
fuel
Pull them
system
out one.
is
3, 4,
number
and 5
1.
is now
Three.
1, 2,
Fuel
3.
system is number 1.
yeah. Number 3 is
Fuel
1.
system.
the fuel
The one your
system,
fingers on. There you
that
go.
needs to
That's
be-
number 1.
Number 1.
Get the red one out.
3 is 1, 4 is 2, and 5 is 3.
Can we make it
And
A,
it's
B, and
run
C?
past
I'll make this easier. I'm gonna make it look as though fuel system got 5 votes,
Yeah,
okay?
all right.
So,
5 on the next,
the salt building and the storage, these are standalones, right?
5 on
Yes.
each of those.
5 ones in it?
5 on each of those. 5
That's
on number
priorities.
4,
Oh, okay.
They're priorities.
And I guess, just for clarification, on the storage building, that was, Chief gave us a price without land. So from a logistics standpoint, would we want to try to put it somewhere that we already
Yes.
have, you know, the
Well,
property to
we
put it
had
on?
planned to put it at the water plant.
Okay.
Where we didn't have land costed, and then we were looking at another site where we did have land in, so it'll either go there or up at the 35 acres.
Okay,
And my
Which would
next,
have really no cost, land
Change.
cost to it.
Yeah.
yeah.
so my next suggestion, council, is, number 6 has 5 votes, and then number 9 has 5 votes.
What is number
What
6?
is
Old
number
Number
Public
6
Works.
is the old public works mitigation, which is
No,
on,
That,
that,
you can make it a priority, but there's gonna be little to no work done next budget.
yeah, that's
Okay.
what I'm
So-
saying.
You make it a priority, but there's no budgetary costs, so you might as well put it at the bottom, down.
so
at the
number
bottom.
9 has 5 votes.
Paving?
Complete the paving schedule that we've already agreed upon.
Everybody in agreement on that, all right?
Yeah.
Now it's
Yes.
1.2 million. So my question is, if TDA will not, do you want that 350 for the Parkway in that 1.2 million? Do you want me to take it out of that?
Or, you know, do we want to put a separate line item for it? Well, you got 1.2 for continuing your schedule, and another one for 350, 400, whatever.
Or,
for the
or
Parkway.
pay for that out of, I'm proposing you pay for it out of the 1.2 million.
You know, I go back to, we're spending we know we're gonna be spending $50,000 a year. And that's a residual expense. It just
Yeah.
makes no sense that we, you know, in 5 years.
Well, I'm not asking you to justify, I'm asking you where you want me to pay for it.
Well, I mean, I'm just making a statement.
Well, I think we need to put it in the budget, and if we can persuade the TDA otherwise, then we'll pull it out of the budget, because we'll know before the,
Well,
So it comes out of 1.2 million.
so if I show paving at 1.2 and it includes that piece of paving, and we get money from TDA, it just, we'll use 1.2 somewhere else. Or do you,
I like that.
if you have a separate line item, you're going to invite a lot of,
criticism.
yeah.
Yeah,
I would,
I agree, put it in the
Yeah.
1.2.
put it in the 1.2.
yeah.
Otherwise, you're gonna have to put all this down.
Okay.
And then he can increase it if he gets a reimbursement from
Yeah,
TDA.
exactly.
So we're combining 9 and 8, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Combine 9 and 8, and it's 1.2 million. Because we don't identify the other pieces that we're paving, so why
Yeah,
identify this?
why identify that?
So that,
I
so
agree.
that leaves you with these 3 right here, and I think that's a done deal, right? Well, that's on hold.
Well, there won't be any budgetary impact because we can't do anything
Okay.
on that.
In the transportation study, we circled that.
That's
and
done.
out the budget.
That will be done,
Yeah, that's in this year's budget.
yes.
So you've
I
got
think
these-
budget-wise, the
so out of-
4
out of
that we
these
have up
three-
there is
Out of these
good.
3 right here, is there a priority?
I'd say
So
the
the
cats.
Parkway sidewalks, is there any chance that in the next,
Is that for real?
you got good news for us?
Well, TDA is $205,752 for
For
December.
December.
Just for December?
That's close to a record.
I mean,
I guess the mayor was right.
Doesn't surprise me, actually.
20,000 cars one day.
so they could pay.
2 months like that, they can pay for the
We
extension.
asked that they pay $275,000 towards the 350.
Whatever.
You're only asking for 1 month out of the year.
We're on the sidewalks.
Back on sidewalks.
How we got,
Parkway sidewalks.
is there any chance in the next, let's say that we were able to get sidewalks installed somewhere on Beach Mountain Parkway. However, is there any chance that we would be able to widen any part of Beach Mountain Parkway into a 3rd lane?
No,
None?
we can't.
I know we
DOT,
can.
right?
In
But-
DOT, you can't get anything done for years. You gotta get on their plan, you gotta get it approved, funded. You can't do it in this budget.
Everything from the storm road to the top.
Yeah.
Well, I think, parkway sidewalks, definite need, but it's really beyond our control.
Then maybe item
Well,
10.
but Jimmy's suggestion was,
Oh, yeah, Jimmy's suggestion
was to put it in the comprehensive plan
Yeah,
and let them come up with a ingenious solution. So that would be the way to do that.
I agree.
That comes before you next month
In February or?
to approve it, to approve the hiring of the firm. It'll be August when the plan is complete.
Okay.
So item 10, Cat's property, and
Closed session on that.
that's closed session, so I mean,
Yeah.
that's got what's that? Cat's property, what?
Purchase.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about a purchase.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody did. I just said,
I did, it
Let's-
was in my opportunities.
all right, well,
Tell you what, we'll take that off since it's a controversial.
and just Cat's property, and we'll have a closed session meeting.
And again, the crosswalks, they're not gonna let us do it, so.
That's a DOT, so really you're left with the Parkway side. If you wanna have 5, top items, that could be your 5th one right there.
Well, I thought Cat's property would be the 5th one.
So the
Yeah.
5th one,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I was
Is
gonna
that
say.
something we have control of? I know, that's all right. Like I said, I just
I
bring it
thought
up
that was
every
just
year.
a discussion.
We're gonna
until we get
discuss
to
it.
that. So it's not. a
There's
There's
budget
there's
item.
no dollar you have to put to it now.
Yeah,
So your top items, top 5 are fuel system upgrade, salt building, storage building, and, paving schedule completed, and Cat's property, discussion.
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Okay?
All right,
I mean, I think this goes, it just shows when Michael said during the last council meeting, we need to know what the town needs rather than what we want. And
Yeah, all
I
these will be
think
on-
that's what we've accomplished there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all of those will be on there, and whenever public sees the list, they will see all of that, and they'll see these as the first 5 that you're gonna do. It doesn't mean the only 5, these are the first 5.
Yeah, right.
And when you get done with those, you do, and then some of these are gonna be ongoing anyway. So, and then you got the big list from last year that shows everything you've done, so I think they should be proud of it. You might get stuck to get reelected or something.
So now we go back to my question about the millage rate. Where are we, where do we want to put it? And well, let me ask Bob, do you want a guidance for millage rate now, so you know how much money you have to play with? Or you want to put this all in the budget and say this is what the millage rate can be?
Well, right now, I'm gonna produce a budget that's balanced to you. And so it'll be based on the 65 cents. And then if there are things that aren't included that you want included, you'll either have to cut other things or increase revenues.
Okay, that's a good way to do it.
But I'll produce a balanced budget at 65, which is what it is now. And then
Right.
you take a look at it and say, but what I did want to hear today was what your thoughts were, because I think we can do all this at the current rate. I really do. The stormwater utility,
That's what I was- yeah.
that'll take some work and then a lot of discussion on your part. So if you want to improve stormwater without doing a utility, it may require a tax increase. If you want to push it off and make it a utility, there'll be a tax increase for the
But it'll be in a
stormwater.
different part.
But it'll be identifiable, and sometimes, the constituents like that better because you can't use it for other things. In other words, you can't.
Well, we definitely have to
buy
have
Christmas
it, in my
decorations.
opinion.
yeah.
And, so,
It's an issue, it's been an issue, and it continues to rear its ugly head, particularly as we build out.
and again, as we get these storms, it's more evident than when it doesn't rain.
Yeah.
Just a quick, it's probably a forward question, but is the town liable, like if, when we have these rain events, and if they're just regular rain events, and we have damage to, property that is privately owned, does the town have any culpability in that, or is that just, hey, that's an act of God and no?
Well, and it's a little outside my wheelhouse, so we could ask for, and he'd give you a much more eloquent response.
Okay.
As I understand it, because I've looked into that and asked that question, the answer is we do not have liability unless the town changes an existing flow. So if a culvert is in the middle of a road and it makes no sense to be there, but it's been there for 40 years, whatever happens, happens and we're not liable. If we choose to move that culvert for better and it impacts someone downstream, there's some liability. Because I've asked to move some things that made no sense and that's what I was told.
Okay.
So there's also a state statute about stormwater that you have to control it on your property as a private property, not the town. And then the next property below you, you're not responsible for, they have to control their stormwater. And so Ford could fill you in a lot more detail, but that's basically how it's been explained to me.
Okay.
And why I didn't move a culvert on Pine Ridge that empties in the middle of a piece of private property. But if you move it to the property line, you're responsible for everything downhill by redirecting it.
Okay.
So I'm not sure it makes sense, but that's what I was told.
Okay.
So in the past, we've received a list from the department heads, Parks and Rec, Public Works. Is there no items?
You still will. They usually don't bring them here. This is for you to tell us your vision. So when we produce the budget, each department head will be asked what their capital needs are, and they'll put in, you know, a truck, a police car, whatever, da-da-da-da. And then that will be fit into the budget, and then you'll make the decision on what you want to do. I always show capital separate. We didn't used to, but that's how I do the budget now, so that you can see what it costs to operate the town and then what the capital requests are. Obviously, the best way to reduce over expenditures is reduce capital. And before it was combined, it was really fuzzy to figure out where it was. So the budget you will get will have an operation budget and then a capital budget.
Our police cars, dump trucks, all that, do we purchase them or do we finance them or lease them?
We don't lease, we purchase. Some of the major equipment was financed. And I'll show that in the budget to you under our debt service. So like we've got a motor grader that before I was the manager, there was a finance package. And we carry that debt. So those were financed. Most everything is purchased outright, cash. We don't do any leasing.
So what debt does the town have?
Well, we have a lot of debt in different areas. So, can you be, well,
Well, I mean,
so in the budget, Steve shows us the debt in all of our the utility, the sanitation, and the general fund.
That's a very broad question.
It is.
we have $20 million in debt or we have $200 million in debt?
No, we have general fund, and basically, I'm going to give you a number, and I'm going to hate that I did this.
You don't have to give it to me. If you feel that you,
You write it down on a piece of paper and give it to us as we log out.
You should look at your financial statements and find that number.
well, I know it's in there, but, Bob has everything at his fingertips.
Well, the debt service for the general fund, as we reported in the budget, was $2.2 million, roughly.
I was gonna say 3 million.
But Steve
That was
could tell
close.
us,
That's not much.
Yeah.
no, well, we have more. I mean, in the water, over the life of the debt, it totals 11 million. It's about $750,000 per year. And sanitation is less than 100,000.
I mean, we really don't have much debt.
Well, if you recall, the auditor talked about that briefly in her presentation.
Yeah.
So we're authorized by state statute a cap on what debt we can have based on our taxable value. And it's, I don't know, but it was tens of millions of dollars we were below. what
It
our-
was very significant, a very significant number that we were
And-
below that threshold.
And if you recall, over the last 5 years, we've been working to reduce that because we were doing the bond issue for the Lake Coffee.
Right, makes it
And to
better.
get the bond in the best possible condition, we managed the debt a little bit better. So the bond is still sitting there. You still have $15 million available to you for Lake Coffee. It hasn't been called. We've got 7 years from when it was approved. So we'll be coming up on year 2. But that was all part of that debt issue that we were dealing with, so that we got the best possible bond rating, and when we issue the bonds, they'll get the best interest rate. So let me just look at all funds, because that's the number you want. So at the end of all years through 2040, all 3 funds, it's $16 million in debt. So we've got to
Why is that far into it?
2040.
That's,
So
I
for
wish.
instance, 2026, or the year we're in now, it's 1.2 million.
Total payments.
Yeah.
all right, so item, and we'll move along unless you guys have any questions. Next item is Mayor leads roundtable discussion by the board of any issues. I mean, we've spoken a lot on a lot of different items here, and we've hit the keynotes on what Chief Putney has brought to us, and then added a few items to it. I think we've been very thorough in our discussions. And does anyone have anything that they'd like to add before we close?
Yeah, I've got an issue like this open, I'll put on the table, is Bob's salary. I think Bob has done an unbelievable job, even without the stormwater, the storm. You know, I think, you know, comparable to other people in his position, he's underpaid. And I'd like to open up a discussion about that.
Let's have this discussion in closed session.
Okay, I'm in favor of that. Okay.
If you'll add that, please.
Yes, sir.
That would be personnel as well.
I was gonna bring it up in the last closed session,
I mean,
but then we got so long-winded on what we were talking about.
Well, the league has the salary schedule out there, or the salary study, and you can look at the averages across the state.
I appreciate that, but I'm compensated very well. Like I told you,
I know you've said this to me before, you know, but, and I know what other people make around here, that you're not even in the same ballpark, you know, and believe me, we all appreciate, you know, what you do, but you should be compensated for it.
well, and I am.
I told somebody they were barking up their own tree. But
Actually, he wanted me to bring it to the mayor, should be paid more, but
well, if you want to do that, then council and everybody, we need an increase.
I think we touched on a lot of things today, I think it was very good.
It was very productive. As I said earlier, we've got, this council, I think has been, this council and town manager and the team has been one of the best teams that this town has ever had. I'm not patting ourselves on the back by any means. The evidence is proof's in the pudding. Look at where we were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and look at where we are today. And that shows what, and I'm not saying anyone previously hasn't been competent. Well, I could say that, but you look at what happens when you have business-minded people and you have forward-looking thinking of, you know, the reason that I ran for council is because Beach Mountain was stuck in the mud from the 70s and 80s. They weren't reinvesting, you know. It's like painting your house. You paint your home, you do preventative maintenance, and none of that was being done. And I
They
think
weren't even doing preventative maintenance.
no, and you know, when it fell apart, then that's when they would put a Band-Aid on it. And I think one of the reasons that our tax rate is as high as what it is today, whether right or wrong, with previous council's decisions, it is what it is that they weren't willing to spend money, or they wanted to keep a low tax base. Well, you get what you pay for. Like, I think this has been a very productive meeting, and everyone brought, value to the table. Kelly didn't have much to say, but other than that, Riley
I'm
had,
glad he's picking on somebody besides.
Riley
me.
had a good point. Thank you, Riley, for your input, even though you weren't supposed to.
Thank you, Chris.
That's right.
And,
Thank you,
Chris, thank you for, you being here and facilitating this. Look forward to having you back next year.
I'm completely retired, and this is the only job I do. I enjoy what I'm up to.
Trying to think, I wish
So,
I could say the same thing.
Um, Does anyone else have anything to say? Any comments? All right, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.